call the regular meeting of the South Burlington School Board to order on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 5:03 p.m. Do I have a motion that premature general public knowledge would place the body at a substantial disadvantage?
I move.
Laura moves. Do I have a second? Second. 2 seconds. Jen seconds. All in favor or any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session under 313A1F to discuss confidential attorney-client communication made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the board?
I move.
Emily moves. Do I have a second?
A second.
Laura seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes. We're moving to executive session at 5:04 p.m. Seamus, Laura, Emily, Tim, Chelsea, Dan, Jennifer, and Attorney Joe McNeil will be entering into executive session, and we may invite Superintendent Nichols. The minutes will reflect that. And we'll come to open session at 6 o'clock. Thanks. Started. So that brings us to agenda item 3, announcements and amendments to the agenda. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
We have one. I would just like to, for executive session, strike the Williston Road project reference. So real estate Williston Road path project, just strike that.
Yes, Seamus.
Are we able to move action monitoring before discussion?
Would that cause any problems for staff and help? Is the board amenable to moving agenda item 8 to now be agenda item 6?
Yes.
Any other amendments? All right, I just have an announcement. I sent my fellow board members an email this afternoon, and I would just like to read it into the public. To the members of the South Burlington School Board. With deep reflection and sincere gratitude, I submit my resignation from my position as both chair and member of the South Burlington School Board, effective no later than July 1st, 2025. This decision has not come easily over the past several months. I've wrestled with how best to honor both my responsibilities to this board and the evolving needs of me and my family. I have been admitted to Vermont Law and Graduate School for the class of 2028 Juris Doctor program. And while I'm obviously thrilled about my next step, I've been conflicted about my commitment to South Burlington. I actually gave serious thought to continuing my service while pursuing legal studies remotely, out of a desire to fulfill my full term and commitment to our district's progress. However, after much soul searching, I've come to accept that relocating is what is best for me and my family at this time. It is with profound regret that I add my name to the chain of high board turnover our community has endured. I am acutely aware of the challenges this presents to the district and to our shared goal of providing consistent, stable governance. That consistency is vital, not just for the health of the board, but for our students, educators, and families who rely on our leadership. In stepping down, I remain committed to supporting a smooth and thoughtful transition. I will make myself available to help ensure that the responsibilities of the chair are transferred effectively and that the board's important work continues without disruption. It is my hope that this board and those who join it in the future can find renewed strength, shared purpose, and long-term stability in service of our schools. Serving the South Burlington community has been a profound honor. I carry forward immense respect for my fellow board members and a deep appreciation for the educators, families, and students who made this district so special. With gratitude and respect, Chelsea joining us to meet me. Okay, so that brings us to comments from the public. Agenda item 4. This is our community's opportunity to share feedback and concerns with the board. We ask that you keep your comments concise, 2 to 3 minutes, and that you refrain from using any information that would identify a specific person. Please raise your hand in the room or use the Zoom raised hand feature. We will only use the online chat to manage any tech issues. We're not able to take action on any issues brought to us during public comment. However, any board member may suggest tonight that the issue or question be added to a future agenda for discussion. We may also delegate addressing issues to our superintendent, Pilot Nichols, and it is always helpful if you can email us a copy of your comments for follow-up. Do we have any public comment in the room this evening? Please come up, state your name for the record.
That one, Jerry Silverstein. I have some data that I'd like to share with the board and members in the room. In 1966, the percent of incoming college students, percent of high school students who were entering college with a grade of A- or better was 15.4%. I'm going to rough that out to 15%. In 2019, 53 years later, the percentage of high school students who were attending college who had an A- average or better was 59.3%. I'll round that to 60%. So they went from an A average 15% when I was a student to 60% over a period of 53 years. I'm not surprised by that because in 2022, 89% of all high school students had an A or a B grade in core subjects of math, English, social studies, and science, an A or a B in 89% of all their grades. On the other hand, the American College Test, which students took in 2023, which is used for admission and for placing students into appropriate courses when they enter college, the results of the American College Test were the worst in 3 decades, the worst in 30 years. 43%, almost half of the students who took that test, did not reach minimum base marks, which would place them in a course where they would logically be expected to get either a B or a C. Almost half the students who took that test never reached benchmark marks. What this means is grades no longer accurately convey student knowledge. And that I presented to you previously, numerous reports show every admissions officer at a university today will always look, if standardized tests were submitted, they will look to those exams first, because it's standardized tests which are most likely to accurately predict whether a student will do well in college, will do well in a professional career, and do well in a workforce. Now, if you look at remediation that students take when they go to college, if you look at 2-year schools, 52 out of every 100 students who enter a 2-year college have to take a remediation course in math. 34 out of every 100 students have to take a remediation course in English. In 4-year colleges, it's 24 out of every 100 students have to enroll in a remediation course for math, and 12 out of every 100 have to enroll in a remediation course for English. This again reemphasizes the fact that America's public schools are graduating students who are ill-prepared to do college-level work. They have not mastered basic proficiencies in core subjects. You will find this conclusion reached by every major professional organization which looks at learning in America's public schools. If we turn to Vermont and the NAEP exam,
Jerry, we're hitting about 3 minutes. Are you almost?
or I'll just do the Vermont scores for
Thank you.
first. So I'll do Vermont in terms of grade 4 and 8th math. 64% scored below proficiency in grade 4 math, 71% scored below proficiency in grade 8 math. In South Burlington on their VT caps, 69% scored, 56% scored below proficient in grade 4 math, and 50% scored below proficient in grade 8 math. Those were better than state scores state scores were 69% scored below proficient and 65% scored below proficient. I present this to you because no one wants to look at the data. The legislature doesn't want to look at the data. The school board doesn't want to look at the data. The red shirts don't want to look at the data. Nobody wants to look at the data, and the data is screaming there is a failure of learning taking place in public schools. And we will all pay for that failure. We're already paying for it if you look at what's happening in this country, nationwide. If you don't look at the data and you don't make decisions based upon the data, we're all going to be in trouble. The number one priority of teachers, I'm gonna finish
Thank you for
here,
your
the number
comment.
one,
Well, we
yeah,
have to let people
for
speak.
$6,000 a year,
Thank you
I'm
for
gonna
your
present evidence to the community here.
Absolutely.
And you can jump up and
Thank
down
you.
and do backward
Thank you for
flips,
your
but
comment.
I'm gonna do the presentation here, okay?
No,
$6,000 a year, I should have a few minutes to express real hard data. If you wanna call the police, you can do that, okay? Their number one priority should not be to complain. Their number one priority should be to figure out why students aren't learning more. That's what I'm concerned about as a taxpayer. Why aren't students learning more than they are? It's a lot of money for a taxpayer, and I'm not paying all that money to hear a lot of complaining. I'm paying that money to see that learning is taking place. And as a university educator, I'll finish with this. I saw lots of students who couldn't spell. If they could spell, they could barely write a sentence. If they could write a sentence, they could barely write a paragraph. If they could write a paragraph, they had trouble writing a complete essay, which had a theme, an introduction, and a conclusion based upon the data. That's what I saw. Go to any university, talk to faculty there, and they'll tell you the same exact thing.
Thank you, Jerry.
for 7 minutes, just a moment.
And I don't care if you object, okay?
Thank
I
you
have
for your
never in
comment.
all the years you've served heard anything intelligent from you about education.
Thank you for your comments.
Any other public comment?
Beth Adrian, SBEA co-president within the Gens.
I'm Noah Everett, SBA co-president of the Heinsberg.
As we approach the end of the school year and the transitions it brings from elementary to middle school, and then high school and finally college and career, it is inevitable to reflect on this school year and think about our hopes for the future. As teachers, we believe in the value of education for all. We believe our schools are vital to the entire South Burlington community. Throughout this year, we have conducted both a listening tour and a survey regarding our members' experiences and have communicated growing concerns around our leadership at the district level. We are here to reiterate these concerns. Leadership is vital in this time of educational transition. As the people who hold our leader accountable, please hear from us that our current trajectory in leadership cannot continue. Tonight, we have some brief comments and many more from all our schools. Please consider them and the necessary steps for our district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Devenzio. I am a speech language pathologist at Rick Marcotte Central School in early ed. Did I miss any important information that you all need? Great. It's important for the South Burlington School Board to know the engagement tour touted and spearheaded by the central office has not been well attended at Rick Marcotte. As an anti-racist facilitator this year, I encourage our administration to consider the power dynamics at play. I hope you'll hear the voices of my colleagues through these postcards.
Hi, Kara McDonough. I'm the early child special educator for the outreach program of the district. It's important for the school board to know that there are 3 types of stress: positive, tolerable, and toxic stress. When I was a young educator, I experienced positive stress, which is normal stress, the stress that comes and goes and teaches us coping skills. When learning all the ins and outs of special education and developing as a professional, there were lots of occasions that were stressful. What helped during this time was a caring admin and an environment that was supportive. As the years went on as an educator, I experienced tolerable stress, which is stress that is longer lasting and more intense. During this time as an educator, I had to be part of some legal processes. I endured a strike, bomb threats, and then COVID. Again, what got me through was being in a supportive and caring environment where I knew no matter what happened, I had a district that was equipped to get me through this and help me move forward. Now, here we are. I come to work and the stress I encounter most certainly is toxic. Toxic stress is ongoing. There's no emotional support and leads to increased risks of health concerns. It's not just the budget cuts. It's the feeling that myself and my colleagues are not being heard or supported, that there is no one to support us who truly understands what's important or the load that we carry day in and day out. I feel it's like we're on our own trying to do the same good work that we've always done, but with no support. If you want to have happy and healthy teachers and staff, then take away the toxic stress so that we can create a district where teachers feel valued, supported, empowered, and in turn allowing us to focus on what we do best, which is inspiring and educating students. You're supporting work cards.
My name is Kate Freeman. I am, an interventionist at Orchard School. I did not write this postcard. It's written anonymously from someone, one of my colleagues. I was one of 324 participants in the superintendent survey. And I filled out my survey because of my growing lack of confidence in her ability to responsibly guide the South Burlington School District. One of the most troubling recent decisions was the allocation of $70,000 to hire an outside agency to manage the upcoming school budget. This expenditure is difficult to justify, especially in a year when teacher positions were cut, an action that directly impacts student learning, staff morale, and the integrity of educational programs. Prioritizing administrative outsourcing over retaining valued educators reflects a concerning misalignment with the core mission of public education. I urge the school board to closely examine these actions and consider whether our current leadership is best serving the needs of our staff, students, and broader community. And this is about 30 more postcards that we've written to that effect.
Hi, I'm Erin Berenberg. I'm a teacher at Orchard School, and I'm here presenting 30 more postcards from our staff. And I think it's important to know that we wrote these postcards because so many of us are here because we love our students and we love our jobs and we love what we do. And that has become increasingly difficult in these last few years, and we have felt a lack of support from central office. And in the day-to-day running of things, we have been told we need to tighten our belts and take on more as we've lost instructional coaches, wonderful guidance counselors that are going to be cut. That is a huge loss to the students. And that's the piece that we need to hold at Central, is what is best for the students. And I think that has become a challenge. We were being told to cover all this because we do not feel the support and the trust. And the fact that our filling out of the survey was questioned as valid, that we could fill it out more than once, felt really hurtful because it felt like we were being called, like they couldn't be trusted to fill out this survey in honor. And so that did not feel good again. And so I think it's just important to take these postcards that people have handwritten and taken the time and really look through them, because many of the comments have common themes. And what we really want to do is get back to teaching our students with the resources we need and to feel like we have people coming into our classrooms seeing what it is like on a day-to-day basis and helping build those systems and have that clear vision of how we can improve as a school, understanding that there are budget cuts. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ladd. I'm a South Burlington resident and I also teach at Orchard School. I'm speaking here tonight because the board needs to know that employees are upset. We have not been listened to or supported by our district administration. We rarely see district admin in our schools. I think to be able to be effectively running a district, you need to see your employees' day-to-day jobs. It also saddens me that the board seems to shut down public comment by shrinking or capping the time. This is our main way to communicate with you all. As teachers, we have plans for our day, but we shift based on the needs of our students. The needs of the employees are asking that you slow down and listen to what we have to say. Please listen to my colleagues and read these 48 postcards they spent time writing. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
My name is Deirdre Fallon and I'm a second grade teacher at Orchard School. I went back and forth about whether I should speak tonight as I have aspirations of moving into a different role within the district. And I know that by speaking here under our current leadership, I've likely given up any chance of being considered for a future role. But when I signed my first contract with South Burlington in 2015, I committed to serving our students to the best of my ability, and that's why I'm here. That's why all the educators standing behind me are here too. We work on the front lines with students of this community every single day, and we are here to urge you to listen to us, to partner with us, and to take action. The reason we're in this position is because the board has allowed itself to be manipulated over the last 3 years. The hiring process was not thorough, the evaluation process was not thorough, and we're asking you, imploring you to be more thorough now. You have been given an abundance of feedback. To not take it seriously, to not look at it closely would be negligent. I'm also here because I have a personal story of retaliation under our current leadership. It's not something I can reduce to a 2-minute statement or speak about anonymously. It's too complicated. And I want to be honest with you, after sharing this, I fully expect leadership to try and get ahead of my story because that's how it works. But I know I'm not alone. There are many others, teachers, administrators, and support staff who are scared to speak out for fear of losing their jobs. I'm speaking here tonight and hope that this cycle stops, that the fear ends. Please listen, not just to me, but to all of us, because it matters and because our students deserve better. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa and I'm a South Burlington resident and former SBSD staff member. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about the well-being of our schools. And what I'm seeing is a crisis of trust and leadership that demands urgent attention. The SBEA listening tour, public letters, and recent board meetings have made it clear staff across the district feel demoralized, unheard, and in some cases subjected to discrimination or retaliation. When educators and staff consistently report feeling undervalued or unsafe, these aren't isolated personnel issues, it's a systemic failure. Retention problems persist in all departments, yet the superintendent states that the district has invested over $3 million in district-wide DEI initiatives. Where can this investment be seen among the staff? As someone who has worked to support this district staff and other staff workforces, I know it's hard to rebuild trust once it's broken, but it starts with accountability. Staff have reported not feeling safe at work, fearing retaliation for speaking up, and this directly impacts our students. I urge the board to get curious, talk with support staff and administrators, stop waiting for complaints, and proactively seek engagement. It shouldn't only happen during budget season. I personally would welcome the opportunity to speak with the board about my time in the district and why I ultimately decided to leave. But regardless, this is now about whether this board is willing to confront hard truths and create a district where every employee and every student can thrive. The community is watching, staff are waiting, and the time to act is now.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Ludlow. I'm a South Burlington resident. I've worked at the high school for 14 years in student support leadership positions, and my 3 children graduated from SBHS. I think it's important for the board to know that the current budget has gutted our high school student support system, and the outcomes will be both predictable and devastating. Eliminating a guidance counselor removes the first line of defense for any student who is struggling. Eliminating the 9th grade team removes an advocate for vulnerable students and families. Students who will quietly slip through the cracks, students will quietly slip through the cracks, fail, and drop out. Eliminating the educational support team coordinator dismantles the foundation of our support system. This decision was made without any clear plan for how that important work will be done at the high school. If there's one thing we are currently excelling at, it is outpacing our peer districts in the worst possible way. We're winning the race to the bottom. SB ain't what it used to be has already become the community's prevailing sentiment. The fact that I fear retaliation for speaking up is also new to me and a sign of the current climate among teachers and district leadership.
Hi there, my name is Helena Ganji. I'm a school counselor at the high school, a parent of 3 teenagers, and live in the CVSD district. I've shared public comment and letters throughout the development of this budget cycle and would like to revisit 2 bullet points that feel woefully present. Just this week, in working with teams at FHTMS, Georgia, Grand Island, Folsom Schools to support the transition of 8th grade students to the high school, I was reminded that our transition team has been reduced by 2 full-time student-facing positions, that of a school counselor and that of the 9th grade dean of students. As I previously stated, the loss of the full-time counselor will leave the school counseling department with fewer counselors than when I started almost 20 years ago, despite significant increased student need. For a host of reasons, a person impacted by this reduction has become the focus in the past few weeks, and I would like to bring us back to the need of the actual position itself. Fewer counselors with higher caseloads will impact student support programming. Regarding the 9th grade dean of students, this position is vital to my work as a school counselor, and the loss of this position will be detrimental to the high school's ability to function on a day-to-day basis. We team daily with this position and can attest to the necessity of having a specific liaison for 9th graders within the building. I have followed development of this budget and have written letters and asked questions all along. I am in disbelief that the district is now paying a consultant to do budget development, likely at a price tag that matches the very positions that have been cut. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts to understand these impacts.
Do this. My name is Clarissa Gold. I'm a high school science teacher. To recenter student voice here for a second, I was puttering around in my classroom, distracting my students really well, as I do when they're trying to do independent work. And I entered into a conversation with a table of students primarily from the islands in Georgia. And I teach 10th graders and they're now transitioning into driving. Watch out, boy. Jeff is actually doing a great job. Okay. Anyway, recentering student voice, I overheard some pretty concerning stuff. And that was, now that these kids have the choice of driving themselves to school, many of them have decided that they are not coming back to South Burlington next year. We are losing our school choice students. So when people say which school they're choosing to go to, right? It's not here anymore. And we used to like brag about this metric. Oh, we get all of the islands kids, right? We bragged about that money. They don't want to come here anymore. The kids that we teach do not want to come here anymore. And given the option, they're going somewhere else. Thanks.
We are now 12 minutes past our agenda item time. Is there any other public comment in the room about the other topics?
It's not a different topic, but can I just make a comment? I'm Sarah Pineda. I'm the district nurse for our school district and also a parent of 3 children. And I am definitely the minority, but I just felt the need to say that I have had nothing but positive experiences with central office. Which is definitely not a popular thing to say right now with all of these intimidating people standing around with red shirts. I've sort of felt the opposite. I feel
like I may be retaliated against for not feeling the same as people standing here. And I have great respect for our teachers and I know that they're super passionate about kids in this district. I report directly to our superintendent and I have only been in this role for a year, but she has been nothing but respectful to me and has not always agreed with me, but has asked me for data to support my opinions, which she thoroughly reviewed and discussed with me. So I just feel like this feels like a mob mentality to me. And this is a really toxic situation. And I think the issues that we're having in the district, we cannot just blame on central office, but we need to sort of look within and look at each other. I've seen some really disturbing behavior to each other and it's just really unfortunate. And like I said, I'm sure people think I have some ulterior motive, but I think that a lot of this is just, rumor spreading and wrong. And, I personally was not given this survey to fill out, so I don't know who exactly it went to, but I, just wanted to offer a different perspective. And I think there's, our superintendent hasn't been here very long. This is new in this role, and I have seen some very positive things happening. We have buses that are running. We have a new literacy curriculum that is working. We've had a lot of new hires and new principals put into place that are making improvements. And we have students doing really good things.
Is there anything, any other comment? All right, thank you very much. With that, we're gonna move on to agenda item 5, focus on student learning. Start with our student representative report.
Thank you. Stay for the students. Could you stay for the students? How about that? Okay. I love that.
This Friday, the High School Student Council will be hosting a pep rally for all high school students and staff at 2:45 p.m. This will be one last opportunity for students to show their school spirit this year. Competitive events and recognition of student achievement will be taking place along with many other fun activities.
South Burlington High School seniors will also be leaving us soon, which means Gracie. The high school graduation ceremony will take place Friday, June 13th at 10 a.m. in the University of Vermont Patrick Gym. The celebration is open to the public with no tickets required. We encourage everyone to come support the graduating class of 2025.
We are also excited to be welcoming the class of 2034 or 2033 to South Burlington High School. 8th grade step up will be at 7 p.m. in the SBHS auditorium this Thursday. This is a great opportunity for incoming 9th graders and their families to learn more about everything SBHS has to offer. Families will get to hear from school leaders, counselors, and students about what to expect in their students next up to the SBHS. It would be 2029.
Yeah.
I'm 2029.
The South Burlington City Hall will also be hosting an art show on Thursday, May 22nd from 5 to 6:30 p.m. This will include art from many of the students at the South Burlington schools. The artwork will be available for viewing from May 22nd through July 31st. So we hope the community goes and takes a peek.
And this month, Allie and I have been working to organize a student focus group to gather insight from students on FY27 budget development. We were able to work with the guidance office in creating a representative group of students, and we're excited to share that these students will be participating in the focus group next week. And that is it.
Thank you.
All right, that actually. Brings us to our recognition of Student Representative Gracie Morris. On the student recruitment committee when this would be, it was Roma. When I remember interviewing Gracie and she just blew me away. And it's kind of surreal to be recognizing you as you're leaving now already. And you were the first student that we interviewed when you were still at us. I believe so. Yeah. I don't know how fast it goes. I'm really proud of you. Believe we have a little something for you.
I don't have a local mic. I want to express how proud I am of you, Gracie. I emailed you this earlier today, but I feel like I blinked and you're graduating, and I just want to thank you for your advocacy on behalf of the district and funding that benefits all of those. Thank you in our school community, and your work to include student voice always at the local and state level. And I think that these folks over at, some of you might have heard Stanford.
Thank you. This has been such an honor to serve on the board, and I've learned so much from you all. You can't get rid of me quite yet. I think it's the June 18th, so I'll have a couple more meetings, but thank you all so much.
Anyone else want to say any?
I'm gonna cry.
So with that, we have our student spotlight, South Point Alternative Therapy.
Yes, welcome. We have Katie Cunningham is our South Point director. South Point is an alternative program. I have to just start by recognizing Kristen Romick. She we talked about having a quiet summer, and then we were like, wow, our kids really need supports and community resources are disappearing. And then we met Katie at South Point. And Kristen and I canceled vacations and we decided, like, let's, partner with Katie and have an alternative program to benefit our students and those locally. And so I'm just really proud to welcome Katie to share more about South Point. If you'd like to have a seat, you can. If you'd like to stand, that's fine as well.
And I can be very loud, so I'm hoping folks can hear me.
Great.
All right. Hi all, my name is Katie Cunningham. I'm the director of South Point, South Burlington's Alternative Therapeutic Educational Day program. What the heck does that mean, you might be asking yourselves? I have a slideshow. My first question for folks would be, when you hear the word therapeutic, what does that mean? When you think about therapeutic, oftentimes I'll have students come to South Point and say, does that mean we're just sitting around doing therapy all day? No, it does not. But maybe it does a little bit, but also no, it does not. So what that means is we work on all sorts of skill sets. We like to think of them as like people skill sets. We call it the personal development toolbox. So first, we really support students who come to us have a variety of special needs, learning needs, emotional and behavioral challenges, have not been successful in their public school classrooms for a variety of reasons. Whether it's their own disabilities, it's their home environment, their learning environment, a variety of reasons. So one of the first things that we like to do with students is really identify what the heck matters to you. Who are you as a person? What do you value? What are your strengths? What are your interests? What do you care about, and who do you want to be in the world? How do you carry yourself? How do you want to carry yourself in the world? That's like the big overarching, what matters to you? What do you value? Another big piece for all humans in the world is maintaining perspective, having some self-awareness. What are the emotions that I'm feeling? What are the thoughts that I'm having? How are those two separate from each other? And what do I do with them?
I'll often also have students come to me and say, I just don't want to be angry anymore. And I say, unfortunately, that is an unachievable goal. Anger is a part of the human experience. If we didn't have anger, we wouldn't have intense joy and happiness. It's what do we do with that anger? How do we experience it? How do we notice it, label it, identify it, recognize it? How do we sense it in our bodies? How do we know that it's coming up? And then how do we manage it? It's a spectrum of self-regulation, proactively, self-care, wellness is huge. If we're not taking care of ourselves, we can't support our students. We have a frame at South Point, a dysregulated adult cannot support a dysregulated student. So having that sense of self, that perspective, that awareness, knowing how to cope responsively when anger or challenging emotions come up are something that we're all working on every single day. I'm still working on that every single day. So a spectrum of proactively taking care of ourselves, self-care, all through responsive, wellness, coping, distress tolerance, learning how to do those things that you might not really want to do, but one day when I have a job, there's going to be tasks that I don't really want to do. And I'm going to have to figure out how to get through that and do those things. So that's kind of some of the overarching like conceptual ideas that we really are integrated into every single minute of every student's day. We take all of that and then we say, what do we do with it? What's the intentional action that we're taking with our perspective, with our values, social skills? How do we build and develop positive relationships with people in the world? People that we might not like. We tell students often, you're not gonna like everybody in the world. It would probably be weird if you did. Having the ability to understand different perspectives, collaboratively problem solve with other people, that can be very, very hard for a lot of the students that come to South Point. Taking that in, how do you make decisions? What do you do with decisional balancing? I have all of these things that I have to consider. What are the pros? What are the cons? How am I going to take all of this and help me work towards my own goals that I have? So it's all about taking action, that intentional action, aligning your behaviors with your value sets. That's a huge, huge thing that we do and teach at South Point. So as I say therapeutic, that's really what we mean. That's what we're talking about. What are the values? How do we manage our internal experiences? How are we assessing what other experience people might be having at the same time that we're having? And then what do we do with that? How do we take action to move forward and achieve the goals that we want to achieve in our life? We hold a community commitment at South Point that's really all about respect, having respect for ourselves, respect for others, and respect for the space. Knowing that we're a bunch of humans trying to figure this out together, we expect challenges to come up. We expect that. We expect conflict, we expect challenges. Everyone's at different stages of their personal growth. So at the beginning of every year, we talk with students and families about committing to that respect and committing to a willingness of working through when challenges come up. Working through is the crux of it all. Problem solving together, collaborating together. If there's not a willingness to step into that really hard piece of problem solving and working through, what's the point almost? What's the point and the purpose of why we're all here together in the first place? So that's a really important piece about South Point as well. One of the big things that I know many folks in this room are aware of is how important community and belonging and connection is when we're trying to learn. It's really essential for our students to get out and about into the community, work with their hands, expand their interests, think about all the wellness opportunities and activities that they can do that will help them. So many of the things that we do, we've gotten a great relationship with Chamberlain Elementary, been utilizing their gymnasium. Some folks probably have seen my emails about bikes. We've got a huge influx of bike fleets. We've got like a whole bike mechanics program going on at South Point.
We recently fixed up a small bike for like an 8 or 9-year-old. Found a young man at Chamberlain Elementary who was in need of a bike, and we had some students bring it over and gifted it to him as a surprise one day, which was really incredible experience for our students to be able to take this old bike, learn how to fix it up, and then see the immediate community support that that work has done for the community. So that's been really awesome as well, expanding and reflecting on wellness, connecting and giving back to the local and greater community. Experiential education has been huge. It is so important for kids to move around, get out into the community, get hands-on learning opportunities and experiences. Many students will come to us with a narrative of what school has been for them. And maybe that's because they haven't been successful. So they come to us, math is the worst. I'm not doing any math. There's no use for math in my life. So we say, oh, do you want a job? Do you want to learn how to do your taxes? That is math that we are gonna do, and we're gonna teach you that. Really purposeful, really meaningful, really connected to their lives. Culinary, recipe work, budgeting for those culinary recipes, putting together a cookbook that they can then take with them when they graduate and have a whole budget-friendly cookbook for themselves when they're learning independent living skills. It also provides huge opportunities for teenagers to know what's available to them in their local communities. Many students aren't aware of what the opportunities are around them in their local communities. Where can you volunteer? Where can I get a job? I didn't know that petroglyphs even existed down there. And all of a sudden, I love rock climbing. I'm going there on the weekends with my friends. So I have a few pictures on this slideshow that kind of shows some of the experiential educational opportunities that we've provided students. Going to petroglyphs, doing some volunteer work at the Humane Society, skiing and snowboarding at Fulton through Vermont Adaptive Ski and Snowboard Program, frog catching and fishing. Here's a few of the community partnerships that we've made over the last couple years. I use the word partnerships loosely. Some of these are connections. One that I'd like to highlight, the picture on the left here is a recent student who was a part of the Big Picture program. Killian, who was doing an internship with us over at South Point, did a hands-on blacksmithing workshop with our students in the parking lot for a number of weeks. And it was really incredible to have these students learn from a senior, from another student, and see what's possible in terms of hands-on employment, career readiness. The modeling of how do you set up an internship was really incredible. We do a lot of work with local farms, New Village Farm, Shelburne Farms. We've got partnerships with petroglyphs and Old Spokes Home, Birchwood Retirement Home. We've done volunteer work for the McClure Respite House, making baked goods for them, and dropping them off for families and loved ones to enjoy while they're visiting their loved ones that are staying there. Each week we take a trip down to the Burlington food shelf with all of the food that we have that students may or may not be eating to donate it. So really showing students how they can be a part of their communities, how can they integrate into their communities in a positive way that isn't just supporting their confidence, their self-esteem, their self-efficacy, but is also giving back to and supporting their local community as well. It's really fun. One of the big frames that we use too is how do we work through challenges? Restorative practices is a huge piece of the work that we do at South Point. When challenges and mistakes are made, we grow, we learn from them. There are opportunities to learn and grow. We use a frame to step into this working through, which is really around what happened from your perspective, student who may have gotten so overwhelmed by the emotions that you were having being asked to write a paragraph that you got a little upset and things kind of got big. So we're going to talk through, as soon as you're ready to, what happened? What were you thinking about at the time of that incident? What have you been thinking about since? Who may have been affected by this and how? And what do we need to do to make things as right as possible? So really that restorative, that reflection back of what happened, how can I learn from this? How can I do something different next time? how can I take accountability for my role in this situation, learn from it, and move forward? Because that's really the work that we're trying to do with students, is support them to understand it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for challenges and conflict to happen. It's how do we work through it and move forward with those in our lives in a way that fits for ourselves and for the community that we're in, to be able to integrate into the world and into the community. I would be amiss if I didn't mention our incredible staff members. Yes, there are only 4 humans, adults, that work at South Point. This was Halloween. We are all axolotls. On the left, we have Allie Valley, who is our awesome therapeutic educator. In yellow, Cassandra Smyers, who is our awesome therapeutic educator. I'm in blue. In gray, we have John Grimm, who is our clinical coordinator. So a pretty incredible team that we have at South Point. It's been fantastic partnering with South Burlington to make this program possible, to continue to serve an incredible need that this community has for students that are not successful in their public school classrooms. Thank you.
I was wondering, I had a question. You may have mentioned it. Students in on average that.
10 to 12, 10 to 12, because we are a small program. We can serve, and it really depends on the needs of students. We do small group work, so if we have students that are really successful in group work, we can potentially have more. It really depends on the needs, but around 10 to 12 is the ratio that we should work.
We partner with, can I tag on to that? We partner with neighboring districts in order to make the program viable. And, you know, like, not only is this the right thing to do to support students, and alternative programs were closing left and right that our students were attending. But, you know, it helps out our neighbors. We've got to work together. I mean, it's a small community. And it's also, you know, made this financially viable. So, like, doing the right thing for our kids and community while saving money. So, it's not a common thing, is it? It's an important one.
It's very.
And I understand South Point has its own graduation, correct?
Yes, it does. We have our own little mini graduation for our students. Being a part of their giant, large public school graduation could be incredibly overwhelming for them.
Sure.
Mhm.
Would it be appropriate for a board member to attend? Or-
Yeah, so it is
Absolutely.
at noon after, so same day as the SBHS graduation, it's at noon, so I'm zipping right over there. It's at Chamberlain in the gym, and it is one of the loveliest ceremonies. It's truly one of the highlights of the year every year, and Katie and the South Point staff put on such a meaningful and student-specific graduation and really recognize very thoughtfully all of their students. So it's definitely like a tearjerker, but it's a really special ceremony. So definitely, is it open to folks to attend?
Yeah, come on.
I'll be there and would love to have others come.
The invitation that I sent to folks that are interested. Yeah,
I actually would attend, but I have daughters graduating this year. so I-
well, that's also very important. You should probably attend that.
I did see a photograph from last year's graduation, so that's why I asked about that. It was really fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Really appreciate all that you do in support of students and staff and community. Really admire your work.
So it technically our next agenda item is our action item, and later on our discussion items, we're talking about our new public comment updates. I notice we have an online constituent with their hand up. Before we transition to action item, do we want to take this public? I'm genuinely, I don't know what the board wants me to do about this anymore, so.
I think it's rare.
Maybe ask what the hot topic is.
I will have to unmute them. Yeah. Can we unmute Diane, please? Hey Diane, we're about to move to our action items and we just finished student learning. I'm not sure when your hand was raised. Did you want to?
So it was specifically about this, and first of all, I just want to say thank you very much. Many students cannot participate in a traditional classroom, and there are different environments that work better for them. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate, as a South Burlington resident, that these therapeutic school options are available for students. I have two questions. One is this the new center point, so to speak? I've been sort of not able to be as, I have not as caught up. So I just wanted to clarify that question. And thank the presenter for the work that they're doing. But I also just had a question separately from that, and wondering kind of about our big picture students, which I know that's it's a different group of students, but wondered what planning is going on to help them in the fall when they will need to look at different types of education opportunities, and just wondered if I could ask those two questions. Thank you.
If you're prepared to answer. Well, I can answer the first question.
I'll answer the second.
Great, that's teamwork. The new center point, that is an interesting idea and concept. I wouldn't say that it is the new center point, but it is carrying over principles and practices of Center Point School. For folks to know, myself and John Grimm, my clinical coordinator, were the co-directors of Center Point School for the last number of years before it very unfortunately and very expeditedly closed 2 years ago. And with that closure, knowing the hole that was going to leave within the community, all of a sudden we had 30 students that didn't have a school to go to in the fall. Violet and Kristen Romek and South Burlington took it upon themselves to get in touch with us and really try to work hard to see if we can create a program that would meet the same need, support the same students, and meet the community need that was just so great at the time. So while I wouldn't say it's the new center point, it is South Point. It does carry over many of the principles and practices of Center Point. Myself and John I'd been working at Center Point for 10 years by the time I came to South Burlington, and both of our therapeutic educators have been teaching at Center Point as well. So we've got a whole really solid crew of folks that have been doing this work for a long time, and have been working together for a really long time as well. So we really easily kind of slid right into creating this program with South Burlington to support the students that are some of the highest need students in the state.
Katie and her team also worked with the students who selected the name South Point. And it was kind of nostalgic. They wanted to have an ode to Center Point, which was their school. So it was really meaningful, and South being directional as well. So it was a pretty great civic engagement opportunity that Katie and John and staff facilitated with students. So yeah, and they are part of South Point is a part of South Burlington High School's programming. So it's not a separate or a different program. They're all our students. So Diane, does that suffice on question one? And you want me to dig into question two, or do you have more on question one?
No, I that's very helpful. Thank you. Like I said, I'm just trying to catch up a bit, and just really appreciate all of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So question two is that staff is working individually with students and families to determine, the exact right program for students. And, there's a variety of options that are available. And, just diligently looking at best fit for each student. As we move forward, there were 3 students in the program who were South Burlington students this year.
I just want to read it.
Thank you, Diane. With that, We are going to move on to our new agenda item 6, which is formerly agenda item 8, action items. And tonight we need to monitor policy 2.7, asset protection. Have all board members had a chance to review the monitoring report?
Yes.
What are your questions?
I have one, I went through a lot and I just have one question on, I apologize, I probably could have sent this ahead of time.
No problem. No, it's okay. Ask your questions so the community can also hear.
Absolutely. So on page 5, can you just explain the chart that I'm seeing? The Visbit multi-line claim history. I wasn't quite sure what the percentages meant and whether we were looking at something good or something that we needed to be concerned about. I see Tim standing up over there.
Tim and Jean Marie are just coming on down. Welcome to 2.7. So yeah, what page are you looking at, Tim?
I'm on page 5
Okay.
of the report. It's
Yeah.
detailed policy number 4.
Yep.
And under evidence, it's the chart, the multi-line claim history.
Yep.
I just didn't have any reference for understanding it. That's all. This is what loss ratios. Should have asked you, James. No.
So, thank you. So Tim, that chart is showing the percentage of the premiums we pay for those types of coverages compared to how many claims we issue against those types of coverages, right? So, for example, general liability, 5 years, 19.7, and 5, all Visbit members, what their averages are. What that means is we've had low claim history because the amount of premium that we paid was more than sufficient to pay for the claims that we submitted. Where it gets more tricky is the higher you go. Like if these were 100%, it would mean, like, let's say, for example, we paid a premium of $10,000 and we had $12,000 worth of claims, that would be over 100%. So that's what it means. Like the only one that's in red, that auto physical damage, is a little bit misleading simply because the amount of premiums that all the members of Visbit pay is very small. And so if you have like a vehicle anywhere in the state, you know, that gets totaled or a school bus, a major incident with a school bus or something, you would have a higher percentage, but these are really small numbers, high percentages, but small numbers.
Perfect, thank you.
I have a question also about the same detail policy, and I was wondering what our overall rating from Visbit is.
The overall rating, if you look on that colorful chart again, and it says all coverage lines.
That's it.
That's it.
Bottom one.
So we're within the green for Visbit. Well, we're slightly over in the workers' compensation. I mean, workers' compensation is definitely the Achilles heel of our insurance coverage, because compared to other members, or actually the general category is high, right? It's not just South Burlington, it's across the board. I think that the state has witnessed, at least in the 50+ members of Visbit, has witnessed a higher rate of workers' compensation claims from employees. And so that is why, you know, not only is it in yellow, which is caution, but it's also by far the most expensive line of coverage that we have. So we do have a number of workers' compensation claims, some really expensive ones that have fit into the 5-year, you know, average. But each year they kind of fall off, or after the 5 years, they fall off. And so it can get cleaner over time if you exit some of those really high claims from the calculation for 5 years. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I have one more I'm gonna apologize, I wrote this down for the last one, so I hope what I wrote makes sense, because I'm rereading it, I'm like, what does it say? So I was wondering if, you request safety inspections on areas where risks of liability need to be analyzed to identify areas of risk and liability, to provide information or correction for those safety issues.
Yeah, Visbit, but one of the real benefits of Visbit compared to having your insurance with a commercial insurance company is that they have a lot of emphasis on training and safety initiatives. You know, for example, they have an annual conference in April, which is sort of half VHI, which is the human resources side of things, and half facilities. And so they have a 2-day, full day safety training with professional people who come in and do that. And so we participated in that in the past, and they also supply us continuously with other types of safety training. You know, which can range from posters that we have up in the schools to the blue lights that we have in front of the schools outside when there's icy conditions and it's warning people that it's icy, to anti-slip initiatives, to a program that provides footwear for our people, from safety footwear and things like that. So it's one of the major themes of Visbit to serve its members by trying to eliminate risk and increase safety in order to manage the insurance side of their operation.
Can I add just one thing? Sorry, Tim probably knows.
To your question, one of the things they also do is they'll come in and audit our buildings. So that has already been done this year. They come in, they set up a time to meet with our director of facilities, and then they tour through the buildings, and then they give us suggestions, sort of in the same sort of red, yellow, green categories of things that we should do, things that we have to do, those sorts of things. So and then pretty quickly, our director, I've been here almost a whole year. June 3rd will be my 1-year anniversary, and the director of facilities for this organization is a godsend. He is just worth his weight in gold. He's amazing. And so he met with the folks from Visbit and the insurance company as they walked through and did those safety inspections. And then when I saw the report, had a moment to say, hey, Bart, how are we coming along? He was like, oh, yep, all that stuff is done and taken care of. So he's incredibly responsive to addressing any of those concerns. So
They also do a similar safety inspection annually of our elementary school playgrounds. You know, honestly, I went to Central School 50 years ago, or maybe 100 years ago. But I swear the same, you know, the same ladder that you do in the gym, it's the same. The ropes are the same. I mean, my DNA is all over that. But we have had to take action. You know, there were some, you know, a basketball rim was ready to break, and then, you know, you have to replace that, or, you know, you don't have enough mulch on the playground to catch people if they fall off that equipment or whatever. But they provide that every year, and it serves as part of our facilities planning for the following budget to ensure that we have funds there to fix those types of things, which we do.
So healthcare is a huge cost driver, increases the tax rate, puts downward pressure on the rest of the budget. So I have 2 questions. First, is this a significant cost driver, the Visbit? And if it's not, then I don't really care. But if it is this state mandated similar to healthcare? Like, do we have to use Visbit, or could we put it out to bid to commercial providers or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the healthcare piece of this has nothing to do with this report, right? But are you talking about like health?
So I'm making the point that healthcare is a major cost driver that taxpayers sometimes don't even realize how much of our budget is, the state forcing us to spend that money on healthcare. So I'm asking, and so that's a very major part of our budget.
Seamus, I can answer this. So I have asked.
Well,
him
there's so many,
to look-
I just want to clarify my
Okay,
question.
sure.
So healthcare is a major cost driver. So first part of the question, is this BizBit, I understand it's not healthcare, is it a major cost driver? And if it is a major cost driver, is it mandated or forced on us the same way as healthcare is?
Yep. So I have asked him to, go shopping, essentially. We don't have to work with Visbit. And, again, they work with a lot of schools, so we get a lot of these proactive, supports that help us keep students and staff safe, which is important. But Tim has been, getting quotes and meeting with different companies who are private companies, so it's not a mandate to go with Visbit. Do you want to share more about?
Yeah, I mean,
that
What-
process?
my first, is it a major cost driver, or are we talking like $100,000 a year? Something like that?
for our entire Visbit bill,
Yeah.
it's in one of the
Yep.
exhibits.
Yep.
It's like, I think it's 779.
Okay, that's fairly big.
Most of which is for workers' compensation. So this came up at a board meeting, a few meetings ago. Brian Companion, who was a former school board member and was the risk manager at Pizza Galley for like 30 years, joined the board in his retirement for a period of time, knows this stuff like cold. And he raised he raised a similar point to yours at that meeting of, shouldn't we look at putting our insurance portfolio out to bid, right? Yes, that's a responsible thing.
By the way, I would only suggest that if it were a major cost driver. If it's not a major cost driver, then I'm not.
Well, no, I think we should. I mean, I think it's fiscally responsible to do it. I think the district, I can't remember how long we've used Visbit, but it's been a long time. As do more than 50 school districts around the state. So, and it's a member-owned consortium. It's not a private, it's a nonprofit company. So the service that we get from Visbit is better than a service. I spent my life in corporate America and I've never seen a service organization as responsive as Visbit. I mean, it's out of the world, right? It's like you send them an email in the morning, you get an answer that day or the next day. And they're very responsive and they're good partners, and it's like a family that all of these school districts are part of. And so, the soft side of it is exceptionally good. That being said, we have a lot of budget challenges, right? And thought that it was responsible, finally, it just never raised itself up on the priority list because there's so many other priorities, but finally raised itself high enough that I actually met with Brian privately. Well, it was in my job. But we met in this building and I asked him a million questions because I don't know anything about it. It wasn't anything I'd ever done before. So Brian took the time to explain how this all works and how brokers work, and got me in touch with different brokers and did that level of due diligence. We are pursuing quotes, right? One of the challenges is that there's a timing issue because I found out eventually that the membership agreement with Visbit that we have requires us to give 3 months notice before July 1st, because they work on the school fiscal year, if we intend to exit. And so there's really, the only way that we would be able to exercise the benefit of the quotes I'm receiving is if we ignored that membership and have a very unpleasant discussion, but we'll see what the results are. I mean, we have somebody from Acrisure, which is the old Department Boardman, for those of you who are familiar with the insurance business in Burlington, and they are getting competitive quotes from different brokers for each line of coverage, and we'll see what they say, right? You know, if they come back and say, well, we can save you $6,000, it's like a no-brainer, we say no. If they say we can save you 25%, then it's gonna be a question of, okay, there's a financial side to this, and then there's a relationship and soft side of this. You know, can we expect to get the same level of responsiveness? We need a certificate of insurance for an event we're getting tomorrow. Can we get it or not?
It's like the difference in a credit union and a Chase Bank.
Right. So that's sort of, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So first, one of the things that came up when we went through the audit results last year, we discussed who is on point to complete the audit next year. Has that entity already been identified? Because I think we had talked about.
It's already Jar Smith.
Oh, it is? Okay, because I think.
We have to use the same auditor that the city uses by city charter. And so we had a discussion with, the city. Cause their renewal schedule is on the same schedule as ours. But they decide who the auditor is for the city, and they decide who the auditor is for the school board, for the school district. By city charter. And so we had a discussion about it, like, how do you feel about R.H.R. Smith? Do you think we should put this out to bid this year? And the answer was no, that we were both comfortable using R.H.R. Smith for another contract. So it's not our choice, but we have input into the city's decision because the city decides who the auditor is.
And the city decides whether to put it out to bid or not?
It's a mutual, if we made a huge issue of it and said, we really believe this has to go out to bid. Maybe they would listen to us, right? But it's not our decision by city charter.
We had this discussion, when we monitored 2.4.
Yeah. Quite frankly, because we just had this, we talked about all this in 2.4, so I don't want to repeat all that, but where we are right now, with the transition over to the new system, and to get a new auditor, who knows nothing about us and knows nothing about our history, and it would be, in some, you can look at it on two sides, right? On one side, it's like, that's an overwhelming amount of work to put on an overstretched business office. And on the other hand, it would be good because it is a new set of eyes, right? But, we just didn't feel that that was necessary for the next couple of years, so.
And I may have just
we agreed with the
missed,
city that we would continue with our adjustment. It's
Okay.
their decision.
I may have just missed you saying that was the reason why before. Okay, other thing, I'm wondering, and maybe, I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, but I'm thinking, is there an opportunity to improve the policy? Because some of the things that when I was going through and I was looking at it, I was thinking about like asset protection. Do we have anything in place to prevent like just even removal of materials or supplies from the school? For example, markers, paper, toiletry supplies. It sounds crazy. I used to work for a big company. They actually caught somebody on video removing toilet paper from the facility. And, it was like, what? Where's this guy going with the toilet paper? So I'm looking, not that we want to take this down to the minutia, but that was one question. Or inventory management, just regular tracking of fixed and movable assets, tagging centralized asset databases. Maybe that already exists. Just wondering.
I think it does for larger equipment,
Okay.
but are we monitoring teachers stealing pens?
No. Okay.
Yeah, we still do.
We've got.
No, I'm just, I'm wondering, but then the other thing is from a risk management plan perspective, like protection against fire, floods, vandalism, because sometimes those are tied back, and maybe that's covered someplace else.
Well, it's covered in our insurance policies, and
Okay.
it's covered in our safety inspections and, we have facilities people who are expert in doing that kind of stuff.
And security cameras across our buildings.
And security.
We do trust our staff.
Yeah, yeah. When you say vandalism, I immediately think of, unfortunately, students, vandalism that we have to investigate. So we use our cameras for that sort of work.
Which there's a lot of, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was also just thinking like use and accountability, clear guidelines on who can use district assets and under what conditions, especially for like take home technology and things like that. And this, when I was reading this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I'm kind of trying to refresh my brain, like, what was I thinking when I wrote that? I didn't see that specifically in there regarding the guidelines for, you know, what assets can be used under what conditions. Or again, maybe I just missed it or it's covered somewhere else.
I don't know if it's covered anywhere else, but I mean, if the board wants to change the wording of the policy. And create.
I don't know.
That's not.
Yeah, no.
Where would like cyber insurance be? Is that on this monitoring report?
It's here. We have cyber insurance and they overview the policies there. Which is new, just in the last, I think, 2 years, that Elizabeth added that as a new insurance coverage for its members.
Is that in 2.7?
Yeah. If you look at, there's an exhibit where all of the coverages, I apologize for the length of these exhibits, but it's the evidence of supporting the detailed policies.
Is it detail policy 6? Backup of computer information, intellectual property, security of information.
Well, it's covered in probably a couple of places because the exhibit that has all of the coverages. I wrote this also a month ago, so. It should be kind of front, maybe it's exhibit 1. It should be.
Here we go. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
The exhibit's 1 to 10.
Yeah. That has all of, that has the summary of the coverage lines. Underneath it, there's like a 35-page specific policy that if you're interested in getting a copy.
Just, we have coverage for ransomware. Do we have coverage
Yes,
for ransom?
that's part of the cyber. Coverage of the
That was Dan's question.
Tim asked that last
All
year.
right.
Yeah,
So we
Tim
talked-
asked the exact same
Yeah.
question last year. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely.
Deja vu.
Fortunately, we haven't had to exercise it, but we can.
So, Madam Chairwoman, this has been on for 45 minutes and we're halfway through, so I don't know.
Yeah, I actually do not know the over under 45 minutes for this, but when did we start?
We started at 7:05
Oh, we did.
and it goes to 7, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have $250,000 tier 2. Cyber extortion, ransomware, and $1 million tier 1. Do I know the difference between those two? As I said, here, no. I can find it. Thank you.
I just want to call the board's attention to one thing that our superintendent did pull out of the report. It wasn't there last year, and that was. And I noted in detail policy 3, the need, the explicit call for additional capital funding for future projects. So I think that's something the board is going to have to significantly consider as we approach, the next budgeting cycle. I know in the last budget, I think we got a 250,000 approved, which was sort of a drop in the bucket. We all know what's happening at the state level, so this is something that I think is important that we recognize and have to deal with some. Just, I want to call that out because I thought that was an important addition to this year's.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that in the bills currently on the floor, Montpelier. The whole concept of a statewide construction aid fund. Dried up like 10+ years ago. But it's being resurrected because the state did a really, really extensive, I don't know how much they paid, but they did a really extensive inspection of, I think, every single public school building in the state and created a report. We have a report for all of our schools. And it's alarming, right? I mean, I think the number was something like you have to invest $300 million every year for 20 years or something to satisfy the total cost of to raise the condition of these buildings to kind of the modern age. With ours being one of the worst. And
We're 11th.
And it's important that in all of these new bills that they're reviewing for education transformation, that they're trying to create that again, right? And they're trying to resurface the construction aid task force that has been working but kind of fizzled out a little bit. And I noticed in the bill that's in the Senate right now, there's a number of initiatives in there that would result in school districts paying money into the construction aid fund. For example, if South Burlington wanted to have a budget that was larger than this new foundation concept, you can do it for up to 10% more of what your base foundation thing is. And I believe, if I read it correctly, that some or all of that money will go into this construction aid fund. So they're trying to find ways to both fund the school districts as well as build the construction aid without needing to take general fund money from the state and just plop it in that construction aid fund. So that's not gonna help us for years. So the need to replace the Chamberlain School boiler that blew up a few months ago, right? The state's not gonna pay for that. We need to have that money. So, this report does give you where we are with bond spending and how many funds we have left. We've got a ton of projects going on this summer. We're doing extensive work. As soon as the school bell rings on June 13th, we're gonna have roofers and pavers, and we're putting heat pumps into the high school to have air conditioning for the very first time. Which we did last summer for Orchard and Marcotte, because they never had air conditioning either. Chamberlain was fortunate because they had air conditioning because of all the work they did with the F-35s, or I can't remember exactly which one plane it was, but the noise abatement plan a few years ago, Chamberlain got air conditioning. So, and Jean Marie is now running operations in all of these projects, but we're making thoughtful, necessary investments using the bond money that's remaining. And that will be depleted at some point, right? I mean, I don't think we're gonna need a bond next year in our budget. But hopefully we can continue to allocate some of the budget like the board did this past year. It's under $1 million. I mean, it's even with the 250,000 injection, it's still a little over, maybe close to $700,000, which anyone who knows how much these projects cost, if you have an emergency, 700,000 doesn't take you very far. So it will be wise, I think, my own personal perspective, as a taxpayer and resident, is that the continued allocation of something to the capital reserve fund is worthwhile investment on behalf of the community. Because these facilities are aging and they're creaking, and the boilers in Bart Maselli is our facilities director that Jean Marie was referring to. He told me today, because we were talking about the Chamberlain boilers, that we've never replaced the boilers at Murray Martha. I mean, these things are like 50+ years old and they're running, but when they break, it's over $100,000 to replace them.
I've just shared the Vermont School Facilities Inventory and Assessment with the board. And Laura nailed it, number 11.
Yep.
And neediest in the state.
It's terrible.
The opportunity to tour our schools, not this past. Is it spring, but the year before, and I think one of the most compelling things I learned going through the high school is that a floor tile can pop up and there can be an asbestos under it. And we have to spend upwards of 40,000, if not more dollars, just to remedy that one floor tile. When we want to talk about student outcomes and directing money, like imagine what you could do for students with $40,000. And that's just like, if the floor tile pops up and maybe just a little piece of a floor tile, not even a whole tile. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of asbestos in these schools, there's no question.
Yeah.
They're monitored, I mean, it's not a day-to-day service issue that there's asbestos floating around, but whenever you need to do any, you know, we're doing some window work at the high school. When you drive into the high school, on the right-hand side, when you drive into the main thing that goes to the main door, it's the art area of the high school. In the winter, we have to put up plastic sheeting because the windows are so old and leaky and whatever that. You have to put plastic in them, right? So you're in the art room, fortunately, you're surrounded by beautiful student art, but you know, it's just an example of how old and in need of repair our schools are. Which is true across the state, and I don't think anyone is unimpacted by this. Like Burlington's getting a brand new high school, right? They won't have this problem for a while, but they've also been teaching students at the old Macy's in the Burlington Square Mall. So, you know, it's a big issue, you know, and I'm glad to see that the legislators are considering them, right? That they're not poo-pooing the, like, it's, what they're doing is really hard. Just trying to create a new funding formula for the state, but I'm happy that they are keeping this school construction aid concept in the front of their minds or middle of their minds. Because it's such a huge issue for the state, including us.
So, in terms of school construction, back in 2019, there was a proposal for like I'm gonna get the number slightly wrong, but it was like a $200 million bond or a $200 million expense. And then the people who came out against it said, well, actually, after interest and all that stuff, it's gonna be more like 345 million. And then that got voted down. Have we done an analysis of how much money we would have saved if we had done that instead of waiting until this high interest rate environment? Like, is there any analysis of you know, the kind of the opportunity we missed to finance schools when interest rates were low and building materials?
So sure.
Well, I'm just asking, you know, like what we would have gotten for $200 million back then, I'm sure it would cost $400 million now.
Well, I mean, that was voted down 4-1. It was an extremely negative vote, and so I think that, I mean, I've been here for 2.5 years through 3 budget cycles. There was zero appetite in this community to pay for an analysis or to do an analysis, and we did not think that it was even appropriate to try to put it in the budget because there was complete lack of community support for it. As a resident, and my kids are now in high school, going to these window classrooms, you know, I've said many times, I wish they would have done that. I wasn't living here at the time, so.
Well, and I specifically just mean that it's like in micro econ 101, they teach about the difference between accounting and economic profit. An accounting profit is what you make above your expenses. An economic profit is like what the market makes, you know, like the stock market. And if you just get accounting profit, that's probably far, you'd hope it's far lower than economic profit. And so all I'm saying is that when we continue to push off the purchase of new school facilities, we actually make it, especially when we push it from low interest environments to high interest rate environments, we make it very much more expensive. And so in terms of asset protection, it seems to me like it's important for the district to have an analysis that says, well, you know, we saved $200 million that year, but we spent $400 million this year. So actually the net loss is pretty significant. It's just a thought, but.
Yeah, as Tim said, the vote wasn't even close.
Oh, I'm not talking about the vote. I'm talking about just the analysis that says, okay, if we look back, if we had, you know, when interest rates were 3% and now we would have to borrow 10%, what's the cost of the community of delaying?
No, I get that, but you can't go against the voters' money. And if I remember correctly, I think it was a 33-year bond.
31.
I was 31. And it was significant.
I was just trying to keep us on track.
A very useful point of order. The voters did have the opportunity.
Okay, point of order.
It's exceedingly important to what you said. You had the opportunity for the $31 million school to remediate deficiencies. That was brought to the students, to the school board. That was advised by the engineering architectural firm who was hired at a cost of $400,000 to determine the integrity of the building. They laid out in great detail, I still have that presentation, a $31.5 million remediation program, which would have addressed all the issues you just mentioned. The decision was made unanimously by the school board to go ahead with a new, what I call super school. I can go into detail, but I know you don't want to hear the details, so what I will tell you is, it was introduced to the press as costing $209.6 million. That was the cost of the physical building. The cost of the interest was another $135 million. So the total cost for the project was $345 million. If you think your taxes right now are high, I can only tell you it would have been catastrophic had that bond been voted in.
Terry, would you send that presentation to the board if you still have it? Could you email it to us?
It's on the website on our facilities page, but
It must be in the archives.
I really have to
mean,
call
it was
point
like
of order
130
here.
pages
This
long.
is not appropriate to the discussion. We're supposed to be talking among the board right now, so.
My apologies for bringing up reality. I know reality is a bitch
I
too.
have other questions
Yeah.
that are not part of that. Even if it's so helpful, you won't be able to, I don't think you'll be one to answer the questions that I have. So I didn't know if we were move on to different sections or if you want to. Okay, my question was about detail policy 10. There's there's a few things. There's the annual data workbook, which I've looked through, and that's a lot of information. And that is, I'm curious, that comes from like the assessments that the kids have to take every year, the guys test that everyone has to take. And how does, and then there's EduClimber down below, and I'm wondering, do they combine it all? Is it like, how do we use EduClimber to see how we're doing and show that to the community if it's not the workbook stuff? Is there another?
Yeah, great question. Happy to respond to this. So, EduClimber is a data warehouse. So what I'm trying to do is put us in a position where we're providing easily accessible access to data to all staff at all times so that they can inform instruction, so that it can help inform instruction. And we, the practice of, when I came here 4 years ago as executive director of learning, I was responsible for writing grants and in order to, and executing the continuous improvement plan. And we needed data to do that. You know, there were no data reports that we had, and that's when the agency, you know, it was during COVID, and so there was ESSER money, and so it was really a reckoning for Vermont school districts in particular to say, wow, we have to really start digging into data, which is great because it helps us support student learning. You know, we've sustained losses in the IT department and the data team who, you know, wouldn't have typically, we had lovely staff member who was doing data reports, has had to switch to different functions of IT to support our district. And so our hope is to automatize some of this and, you know, we're currently creating super users to train staff. So that's the idea, is that, we will be able to increase the use of data and the accessibility for all staff.
So that's more of like, a resource, for staff.
Data warehouse.
Data
Yeah,
warehouse.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But it could also be used to substantiate grant funding. And it's again, just, you know, rather than relying on people, starting to rely on systems and structures and technology tools.
Okay, so that's, the workbooks are more of like for the community to see like how we're doing it on the website.
They are used to develop CIPs, to substantiate grant funding. A lot of it is summative data, and it's released as we discussed at our last meeting much later. So it's not as useful for teachers in real time, right? Because teachers are using like, you know, formative assessments and interim assessments and screeners, and so the big data is less useful for it's honestly like, you know, the state assessments are not informative for our teachers on a day-to-day for instruction. But it does help fund some of our staff, who is important for administering that instruction.
I did have a follow-up.
Yes, please.
Is it on the same thing?
It is related.
Okay, you go ahead, it's mine.
So I don't think it's in this report, but maybe for future reports. And it goes back to some, or at least my understanding of, and basically my question is, when are we gonna be able to see like cost benchmarking? You know, in terms of data warehouse against other districts?
I don't know if Toussaint is gonna get to the grain size of looking at like how much we spend on Unified Insights versus EduClimber versus, you know, other option, PowerSchool add-ons.
Oh, I meant just generally, like how much do we spend on facilities? How much do we spend per student on?
Gotcha.
XYZ?
Yeah, great question. So in my superintendent's report, I'll give a more robust update on Toussaint, but for the laser focus of this conversation, I'll say specifically that right now they're focusing on the process of how the budget is going to be developed, and then in the fall, they'll get to numbers of metrics for spend.
So my other question was, has to do with metrics or not being able, necessarily being able to pull them out, and how we can measure other things. I was looking at one of the points about special education services. And it said something about the emphasizing the direct and intensive instruction, particularly in areas of literacy and social emotional learning. And I was just wondering if there's any feedback on how that's been working in special ed, and how you could know if it was working, I guess, and if there's. You don't have to say anything, but I don't know.
Do you want to come and join us, Kristen? Come on down.
I promise you that's what I can.
I told you.
Wouldn't ask you to, don't worry.
So your question is, how do we determine the metrics? How do we know if?
Yeah, like how, and also just how do you feel that it's been improving, suppose it's under high quality educational
Yeah.
program?
So I think when we talk about social emotional learning, we're not just speaking about special ed. I think we're talking about that across the board. I think specifically when we think about special ed, we're thinking about goals and objectives, and if we're meeting goals and objectives. And so ideally, that's when we're working on individual specific instruction, that's what we're trying to do, is figure out how can we support kids through that. So whether we're thinking about the different avenues, the different opportunities we had, Katie talked about South Point and what South Point has to offer. We have, I wrote in that information, bridging. We have Project Search. Again, these are programs that offer opportunities and options for students that look a little bit different than what happens in the school program, in our more regular, yeah. We have Progressive, we have LEAP at the high school. In our elementary schools, we have programs called Roots that are working on, doing some of that pre-teaching and reteaching opportunities, whether that's academic or whether that's a social emotional pieces. Jerry just outside had asked me about, do we notice a difference in students? Are students different than they used to be? And I think we're seeing a lot of anxiety. Noah supports students who are really struggling to come to school. And so what does that look like? And so I think we're constantly trying to figure out how and what we can do to encourage students to help provide that social emotional. But I want to make sure that it's understood that that isn't just specific to special ed. That's to kids across the board. It may be that that's what's written in there, specific to what I've written, with my purview, but it is something we're focusing on across the board.
Yeah. Monica, do you want to weigh in on social emotional, how it's being measured?
With Panorama, yeah. I'm talking about Panorama.
So we have a screening tool that we're in the second year of implementation with, it's called Panorama.
Monica, would you mind just going to the mic so that folks online can hear you? Thank you so much.
We are in our second year of implementation of an SEL screening tool called Panorama. Students in grades 3 through 12 report feelings of well-being, belonging, safety. Students in grades 6 through 12 report specifically on cultural awareness and action. For pre-K through 2, the teachers take it for the students. And we use that data in our multi-tiered systems of support meetings, grade level team meetings. Counselors use that data to identify students who might be more at risk or might be needing a check-in.
So for you, the Panorama, you know who the respondents are as, and who, so you can identify.
Great question. There's 2 types of surveys. So the feelings around well-being, yes, we can identify the actual students, so we can make targeted support plans. The questions around belonging, safety, and school climate are not identifiable. The reason for that is the students report their sexuality. So there's 2 separate surveys, 1 identifiable.
That's different than the Panorama creation that we were looking at. When we got the results for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
because we were
Similar
looking
word.
at like staff
Mhm.
specifically, it's the same company, right?
Yeah.
It's
So, as a reminder, as a form of direct inspection, the full board has full access to all of the Panorama information, so
I did see that, so that's the same, but obviously we didn't see the ones that were identifiable, we did see trends about like the belonging.
Yeah, so when I did not put access on direct.
Right.
So of course, yeah.
but you do have, there's a few different categories. So there's teachers, there's staff, and if you scroll down from, it's like, there are 2 different categories on the same page. And then, so that's 1 tab, and then you'll have, families.
Yeah.
And then students, and students don't take the winter benchmark. So it's 3 times a year for the staff and families, but, twice a year for students. And you have full access to all of that data. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? That's it. Moving along to you.
I just have 1 question, okay, but I think it's pretty short, it was about the sound resource. Making sure that the employees, staff conduct legal, ethical, and prudent, related to their job performance, and I was just wondering if there was like a way that, I'm not trying to say tattle or anything, but just if a person is feeling like, a staff member is feeling like one of their colleagues or someone in the building is not acting in an ethical way, legal way, is there systems like, can I get that reported and checked into?
Yeah, so folks are welcome to reach out to HR at any time. And folks are generally encouraged to always go to their direct supervisor first. So if there's any other specific questions.
Oh, sure, I see.
That's the, that's the general process is, folks are encouraged to go to their direct supervisor. And then, if they're uncomfortable and Daisy's coming on in. Oh, well, Daisy, while you're up here, is there a process in place for if a staff member feels uncomfortable or if they want to report something unethical about a colleague, what would they do?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You came in for the cookie and you got one in our
Sorry, I just took a biology break. I need to take a cookie. Yes, there are definitely, avenues of where, employees can submit feedback. There's a complaint form that is very regularly utilized. There is certainly lots of communication to go through their supervisors and, talk through issues. There's unions that bring forward concerns. There are lots of different avenues where employees have the ability to provide feedback. I mean, even just things like the listening sessions and even replies to the email that we sent out introducing HR. We are getting lots of wonderful questions and people reaching out.
I was gonna ask, you're new and you're seeing a lot of interaction and.
I am so very happy with the interaction that we are getting. And the comments that I'm getting back about, oh, Lisa's just wonderful, and she answered my question in an hour. Or, it's been great, and we are definitely getting good feedback.
It's really funny because I led with that. I said, folks can always reach out to HR
Yeah.
with my number one. And we have to- Yeah, I went with HR and direct supervisor.
Yeah, we are, I am really proud of the HR team that we have and getting out into to the buildings and the, I would say, the wonderful responses that they're receiving.
Thanks, Daisy. Thanks, Daisy.
Thank you.
Cookie. Take another.
Take another, you get two.
If there's only
You think
one.
I'm not gonna, but
Any other questions from the board? All right, so bear with me. This is a long one, and as a reminder, I'm going to read through the global policy first, and then I'll read through each detail. And then for each detail, I'll ask if there's a reasonable interpretation, if we have adequate data, and if there's science, we'll answer yes or no, not enough so that I can read. And then once we've gone through all the details, I will reread the global policy and ask questions. Ready? All right, 2.7 asset protection. The superintendent shall not cause or allow district assets to be unprotected, inadequately maintained, or unnecessarily risked. Further, without limiting the scope of the foregoing by this enumeration, the superintendent shall not, 1, fail to insure against theft and casualty losses to at least 80% of replacement value and against liability losses to board members, staff, and the organization itself in an amount greater than the average for comparable organizations. Reasonable interpretation?
Yes.
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance?
Yes.
2, allow unbonded personnel access to material amounts of funds. Reasonable interpretation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance?
Yes.
3, subject facilities and equipment to improper wear and tear or insufficient maintenance. Reasonable interpretation?
Yes.
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance?
Yes.
4, unnecessarily expose the organization, its board, or its staff to claims of liability. Reasonable interpretation?
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance?
Yes.
5, make any purchase, A, wherein normally prudent protection has not been given against conflict of interest. B, of over $40,000 without having obtained comparative prices and quality. C, of over $75,000 without a stringent method of ensuring the balance of long-term quality and cost. Orders shall not be split to avoid these criteria. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance?
Yes.
6, fail to protect intellectual property, information, and files from loss of or significant damage. Reasonable interpretation?
Yes.
Adequate data?
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
7, receive, process, or disperse funds under controls that are insufficient to meet the board-appointed auditor's standards. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
Compromise the independence of the board's audit or other external monitoring or advice, such as by engaging parties already chosen by the board as consultants or advisors. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
9, invest or hold operating capital in insecure instruments, including uninsured checking accounts and bonds of less than AA rating at any time, or in non-interest bearing accounts except where necessary to facilitate fees and operational transactions. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
10, endanger the organization's public image, its credibility, or its ability to accomplish ends. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
11, change the organization's name or substantially alter its identity in the community. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
The superintendent shall not cause or allow district assets to be unprotected, inadequately maintained, or unnecessarily risked. Reasonable interpretation.
Yes.
Yes.
Adequate data.
Yes.
In compliance.
Yes.
All right, the 2.7 asset protection monitoring report is approved.
Thank you, folks. Thank you.
All right. So that was our formerly agenda item 8, action items. It is 8 o'clock. Do we want to do our brief recess now, or do we want to move on to our discussion items?
Recess.
I think 5 or 10 minutes.
5, because it'll turn 10.
All right, so be back here at 8:05. All right, so our new agenda item 8, discussion items. First, we have student representative recruitment process update.
Yeah, I can start. So last Thursday, me and Gracie met with Jen and Emily, and we had a discussion about our student applications. We again got 10 this year, which was amazing. All the applications were extremely strong, but we narrowed them down to about 6 applicants for interviews. And those interviews will actually take place tomorrow at 10 something, yeah, coming right up. So we're hoping that the new student representative can attend the board meeting on June 4th, was that the date? Cause now it got switched from June 18th, we'll probably have to discuss that since it's so soon, but things are going steadily along.
Yes, for sure, and we heard confirmations from all students about their interview time slots, so I think it'll run really smoothly. We're really excited to hear what they have to say about the role.
Yeah, and we're gonna be in the same room.
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't have to come get.
Oh, wait, no, we're gonna be
Oh,
in
wait,
the
yeah.
athletic.
There's like a conference room in the athletic bigger office. There's not exact name for it.
You might
The
not
other
need to
space
come
was
get us.
booked out. We are technically supposed to meet you by the front door
Yeah.
anyway,
Oh.
so we'll meet you in the lobby tomorrow.
Yep. You can sign in with Ben.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, up next, we have public comment advisory committee.
So excited.
Oh, great. Can I share my screen?
So it's and most you should be able to do that.
Report. Here we go. So we are the public comment committee. We, Laura and Jen. And sorry, here we go. Okay. So we currently don't have a public comment policy That's what we discovered. The only information available to the public is what's on the website and at the top of the agenda. So, we started with the VSBA model policy A21. But instead of simply editing it and providing the edited copy for the board to look at, we thought that we should list out the changes that we wanted to make based on the model document that everybody has. And for the public, we'll put it in the folder so you can see it. It's fairly short. It looks like that. Does everybody have it?
Yeah.
We passed it out before the meeting. So we don't necessarily have to use this procedure, but one idea for collaboratively editing this in open meeting would be to have a series of motions where we add, remove, and modify paragraphs. And so we have put together a series of suggested additions, modifications. And my thought was that the board would look at this now. We would sort of figure out if this is a valid procedure. I think we probably have to actually decide what the final version is gonna be, and then we have to read it 3 times.
Is it gonna be a procedure or a policy?
I'm just talking about the procedure for, let me show you the next page here. So,
Policy would have to be read 3 times and it's a board policy. Procedures are operational.
yes, this would be a
And
policy,
They're brought forward by
right?
superintendent
Right.
and then, yeah, okay.
I was talking, if you see my screen, I'm saying
Yeah.
the parliamentary procedure we would use to actually pass it. So, I guess what I'm saying is we have to, as a board, come to a decision on what the policy should look like. And then we warn it 3 times and then we decide what it should look like again, in a way, right?
I'm confused as to why we would do it twice. So
Well,
as long as it's discussion and no actions, we can discuss anything that we'd like in this topic when it's warned.
okay, maybe at the end of this, you'll tell me whether this counts as warning, because I'm not sure that this counts as warning.
It doesn't, because it's
Okay.
not on the, it's not warned on the agenda.
Okay, right.
As it's not warned on the agenda.
All we're doing is discussing the report.
Which is the right step before putting something on the building.
Yes.
It's technically you could warn something, but it's better to engage and
Yes,
discuss. prior
totally
to,
agree.
So for transparency.
So I'll give a quick 30-second version of the modifications that we want to make to the model policy. And then I'll let my co-committee members comment on what they think is important. So we would start by taking the unmodified base text of model policy A21. We would change a little bit of the phrasing of the reason. We would add a stakeholder that we feel missing, owners of businesses in the district. We would clarify, in the VSBA policy, it seems to indicate that you would take comment before every action. And we felt that it was important to simply say, there will be time for public comment in general at the meeting. You know, some of this I don't have to go over. We also wanted to ensure that we covered what appropriate topics there were and what the chair might do if it was not an appropriate topic. And so, for example, the chair may warn or rule out of order any presentation to the board which breaches the privacy or other rights of students, parents, or school employees, violates the grievance procedure of a contract with the district, or uses profanity. Now, we all know that we, can't necessarily stop somebody from speaking, but we might tell them that they're out of order. So that was the purpose of that. And so we don't have to go through the whole thing, but we made some specific edits that we think make it a policy that works for our district.
And we also added in information about public forum and the opportunity to dialogue with the board, I think was an important thing.
Yeah, there's a section where it's suggesting adding board interaction with the public, where we say, the board may designate meetings as public forums. During public forums, the board may interact with the public on agenda items. During all other meetings, the board generally will not interact with the public. The board shall not discuss or interact with the public on items that are not on the agenda. But so that would be something I think new for this board, that there would be specific meetings where only on agenda items we would offer to actually interact with the public.
Can I ask what the expectation of that interaction would be? Would it be like board members asking clarifying questions of members of the public? Or would it be you committing yourselves to certain stances on? I just think this is the time, right, to figure out what the public can expect in terms of interactions with the board. And so in these public forum type meetings that you're imagining, is this a forum of the board or?
Quorum, yes. So that people actually the idea would be that it would be a serious board meeting instead of something where we're trying to avoid a public meeting. We're saying this is a public meeting. We are talking about the things on the agenda.
And on that agenda, like who decides the topic of it? Is it
The chair.
community? Right, but if it's a public forum, the chair is saying, is it like, I'm imagining sometimes we have topics that become hot for the community, for lack of a better word. Would the chair take that community input and feedback to make a public forum agenda? And then board members are coming to the public forum meeting prepared with what in terms of that?
Just asking a question. I think like budget forums, I'm trying to have listening sessions and those are just not.
Well, so I guess that's my question.
Budget, like people would come and they would like be, just with questions or could be a presentation.
But I would imagine like perhaps an example of one of the forums might be when this particular policy goes out, we may have a forum and say the only item that may be on the agenda is, talking through this public policy and receiving feedback from the community on it, perhaps. That's an example.
Yeah, but the design of it, which, we should have Joe look at this, is that if somebody came up and gave a comment, then we could discuss it with them. It would be unlike anything else that we do. We would actually have a real-time discussion with somebody. We have to stay in our lane. We're not educational experts. We can't commit to any policy. We don't have any authority. We have to ensure that we would give a fair, the thing about how you have to give a fair assessment of you're open. You're not coming into any issue with a prejudged opinion. You have to give a fair, like all those things we would have to do as a board, so we'd have to train ourselves on how to run these things, but that's the concept. It's a full forum and it's.
You're gonna get into a conversation. You're looking at extending the public comment time.
The design of this would be, for the purposes of public participation, the board may designate certain meetings as public forums. And the assumption would be that we would not try to do action items during those meetings.
Yeah, exactly. 100% interaction.
It's intended to be a dialogue with the community, just as another means to allow them to provide their input.
And conversely, we have the explicit expectation here that like in a normal meeting that's not a public forum, it's 15 minutes of public comment and that's it.
Wait, so 15 minutes of public comment and that's it for items not on the agenda, or there are no public comment on other agenda items?
So in the VSBA model policy, it seems, in the VSBA model policy, it implies that you would take comment on action items. And on non-agenda items, you would take comment in like a 15-minute window. We modified that in such a way that it's just during our non-public forum meetings, there is a 15-minute block for agenda and non-agenda, which actually is kind of our current practice.
Well, it's just hard sometimes when you, like, I can remember a time where I would say, this is, for items not on the agenda. And then someone would start speaking about something that was definitely on the agenda, and I would say, oh, I think that's on the agenda, and they'd be like, nope, and they would just, like, keep going, I'm not gonna,
That's where I think what we were trying to avoid with this is saying you've got public comment and it's just provide your public comment. Because I think some of the concerns before is, well, is this a public comment? Is this a decision? Different things that the way it's coming up. So just you have public comment, period, whether it's on the agenda or it's off the agenda, you have one time at the beginning of the meeting where people can speak during a board meeting. And then it's not, if people were here and they wanted to speak on an action item, that it's, you know, an hour and a half later, that allows them to come in, say what they want to say at the public comment, and then they leave. And it allows us to kind of just keep going on.
Just the way it was or has been, is yes, we've had public comment, but then we've allowed public comment during action items.
Right.
And,
And sometimes discussion.
Yeah.
right, so, you know,
It's confusing. It is confusing, and I think from my perspective, it's hard because as a governing body, we need to take everyone. But also, when our community does show up and wants to share, it feels harsh to say, sorry, if we were like super busy, I wouldn't be able to do this, so I can't allow it now. You know, and it doesn't, I can tell with this board, it's really important to build relationships with the community, and like cutting people off or saying, no, you can't speak. I get the argument for precedent setting of a functioning business meeting, and it doesn't help with that goal of our ties to our own community.
But that's why we have a public.
That's
forum.
why you have forum, and that's what we don't do enough outreach. That's where those interactions come. Like, you know, coffee with the commissioners at the Burlington people do. We don't do that.
Well, that's not the full body, right? That's just.
No, but that's the way you reach people, and it's, I don't view it as cutting people off and not wanting to hear them. This is about fairness. This is a business meeting. It's not, it's a public meeting, but it's not a meeting with the public. And I think, and it is, I've been confused for 3 years on this board. Because we didn't have a policy. And so it's just about treating people fairly, and if we're gonna have 15 minutes, then everybody gets 2 minutes. And to let somebody go on for 7 and then, you know, and then say, oh, I'm sorry, you have to stop, you know, at 3 minutes, that feels unfair. And that's what happened, just saw it tonight.
And I
So-
think that's if we're gonna be strict one place, we have to be loose somewhere else. And so so what we're saying here is, for the business meetings, any meeting, we don't create 2 new kinds of meetings. We only create 1 new kind of meeting, and that's a public forum. And so if there's a public forum, that's our loose, that's the whole meeting, or all the boards here. If you come to this meeting, you will be heard. We're in forum, we're an open meeting. And then the strict part is, but if we're not at a public forum, we're gonna keep it to 15 minutes, and if you really wanna have discussion about this, go to that meeting.
I don't like removing a person's right to speak on an action item. You know,
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, if, let's say you're
no, but,
predicting.
well, they might not speak at the beginning, but when we're discussing that action item, like the action item tonight, how many questions came out of this group? There were a ton of questions, and that might pique somebody in the audience to ask something on the item that we're
Most
taking
meetings don't
action.
run that.
I'm sorry?
Most meetings don't. If you watch Burlington, if you watch MMU and Milton, they don't run that way. Because you need to get through your items.
That's the way it is always, the times I have come here. And the time I was here earlier this year before I was on the board, that's the way you explained it. It was, there were public comments. Unless you were gonna have a comment on an action item, and then you would speak at that time when the action item was up. And like I said, I just explained it. People might not have something or a thought until they start hearing questions from us on the action item. So I don't like removing the public's right
And
to
that's
ask
actually
questions
great.
during the action.
And let me just make a point about the way we propose kind of like adopting this policy is, so basically there's this way of doing things called perfection before voting, motion to append. You have a target motion, and then you can have 2 layers of motions underneath it, right? So our target motion starts with the edits that we're proposing. Then you could come and say, well, instead of this, let's do this. Then we can vote on that, and then we can just move through the document. And so like, if you wanna add in the part where we say public comment, that the public should be able to comment after action items, then we can vote, we should take that and vote on it.
I think after the action item has been discussed, but before, say we vote on any action, we should hear from the public.
Or maybe there could be a tactical approach where if you're gonna have an action item that you know is going to have a lot of public engagement, you could do a public forum with that action item as the topic, that the board's not taking action, they're just taking public comment, so that when you get to the business meeting where you're gonna take action, hopefully the community has had that opportunity to win. The other thing that I'm thinking about is a community member should be able to have their question answered. If like, so let's say they were listening to us monitor 2.7 this evening, and I didn't notice anyone having questions, but they could submit an email and have that question answered, and ideally, this group of people represents the questions that would get answered, right? Because Dan, what I'm thinking is, let's say someone had a question, but the board didn't have that question, whoever that person is, isn't going to vote. But they might think, I didn't see anyone think of my question, right? And so that kind of helps them think about, are they being represented on the board?
And so you're saying that that would lead to us as a board getting their question. And then at the next meeting, when we actually discussed it or took action, it would come up from one of us. So we would represent them. Yeah.
It could help board members better represent their constituents in just it's another way of board members being aware of what's important to the community.
And one other thing that we added on here also is that alternative submission methods, because there could be people that may also not be available to attend, but they could still submit their written comments to the board. And then those written comments may be acknowledged and when appropriate, included in the public record. So that was something also that we specifically added in because, perhaps somebody missed it, they were working or that they have comments on something. And so we try to address that. But the key thing is what we're trying to do is engage in public and give them the opportunity to weigh in on things. But we're also trying to help make the actual board meetings more efficient.
Yeah.
So that you're not having break-ins and provide that where you don't have someone that jumps up in the back of the room and starts talking about something that they know when they show up. If we make the expectations clear, then they know this is my opportunity to speak at this particular meeting in this window of time. That's kind of what we're trying to.
And Dan, I don't think sometimes I don't do a very good job of speaking clearly. So like if we have this grid that we made as the committee, right? And I would be happy to add another row here at your suggestion that said, for example, the chair will ask for comments on agenda items before action items are taken. And then we as a committee, we as a board could then like vote on that as a subsidiary motion and then either pass or fail. So I would be happy to add that to the.
Yeah, like I said, I just think if we are going to take action on something, and most things, I don't think the public, like 2.7. Not a lot of public comments on that, but if we're gonna take action item on, I can't even think of a good example, but if we're gonna discuss it. As I've already stated, we might say something might pique somebody's interest out in the audience, and they might have a question, might wanna make a comment. That could affect the way
Right.
we see.
And so concretely, when we go through these motions, you should vote against delete that.
I'm just saying.
I support that. That's the point.
It's always been that when we have action items, people are allowed to speak at that time.
Well,
on
then,
that
yeah,
action.
that's true, but I think what I've seen over the past 2 years is that even discussion items, and you shouldn't be allowing comments on discussion items, but yeah, right, the VSBA, they do make it very clear what you just said. Like it's board discussion first. Then comment, then vote. And that's how it goes, but with discussion items, and this is something that I think some of our community members have felt burned by. We do need to make it clear that if it's a discussion item, we're not going to take comment. That's pretty clear in Robert's rules. So, yeah, I think because we don't have a policy has led to a lot.
So can I ask one question? So Seamus, you talked about like making a bunch of individual motions here. I guess from where I sit, I don't want to make a bunch of individual motions on separate line items. I want to see the policy in full. And then we bring that forward, read it, and we have our discussion around. Right, and then we would potentially make motions to add and update that, right? Is that what we're planning on doing.
So the whole policy, in a way, what you're saying, I think. This is like the policy, this is the model policy. And so that in a way is the thing that we're suggesting adopting, and then we're saying, here's all the changes. we need to make.
Okay, so what I would expect to see is coming before the board. I wouldn't expect to see your chart, I would expect to see what you expect our policy to be fully written out, and then we review that in its entirety and make motions against that.
Sure.
Right, so that's what I think my expectation would be.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Because I just need to see them in context of the full, of the full policy. And I think the public would want to see that as well. To comment.
Chair.
Yeah.
Nice, nice, the easy part.
It's challenging.
It's also not thinking into this, but I'm just thinking it's nice that you're about to have to think about who your new chair will be, and that new chair will be able to potentially start fresh with the community with new public comment policy. 'Cause when I first joined the board, I remember I was not the chair, and I was just like engaging in conversation with the constituent during the meeting, and it was just wildly out of order, so, that's really good for you, thought about that.
So the next step is, I'll do what Tim just asked, and I'll send it out. So I'll take this and I'll apply it to this, and I'll send it out, and then if you have individual thoughts, don't reply all, send them to me, and then I'll send it back out, right?
I would expect that it would show up first as an agenda item for consideration, right? And then it would end up in our materials. So the public can read it at the same time as we read it, because I don't think we should be sending comments outside of.
It's not like when we draft a board statement and we're trying, and I like, it's actually like putting the policy out there and you would deliberate out openly like this.
Like we're doing.
Like we're doing now.
Right.
We don't do that for statements because they should be going out so frequently that we would not have time to do that, so, but yeah, policy.
So then the next thing I'll do is just make all of our changes. Make it into a document that has track changes, and then we'll have that on the agenda. And then we can look at the track changes document all together on a board meeting.
If you send that to me, I'll make sure it gets to the line, so it's in our hard copy, so the public can also see it.
So it would be the table, and it would be the document itself, the VSBA updated document for us with the track changes, is
I
that
don't think
right?
we need the table. I don't think you guys want to use the table.
I would think,
That's fine.
I'm assuming what we would see is a policy number.
Yep,
And then we would have our first reading of the policy, and that's what we would debate.
We would make these changes.
And then, and whether we had a second reading or it took us extra time, that's appropriate, that's absolutely. Yeah.
a couple of other things.
Sounds like a good public forum opportunity.
Like if some of the attachments also that would go with it were the public comment sign-in template. So we've got a sign-in sheet and then the table, you know, some other things that were there.
But do we have to do the policy?
Yeah, we also suggested, and we won't do it in this format, but for example, some additions to the website. That are related to implementing this policy.
But strongly encourage or do like a big campaign about this so that the community is, you know, is really like well aware of what you're trying to do. And, you know, and one thing I was thinking about the sign-in sheet is right now where public comment is. I think that logistically that would be tricky because people might arrive at like 6:03 and you take public comment at 6:05. And so when does the clipboard with the sign-in sheet back to the whoever's chairing the meeting? Sorry, maybe that's off topic.
Well, I think that kind of minutia we haven't worked over the policy.
I'm saying it's just I'd be here to help craft the policy, so.
So, are we really gonna not let somebody speak? Because they didn't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if the intention of the clipboard is to do like a follow-up email or to call within the topics, like all together. Logistically.
Yeah, I do think that's like, or that's further down the road. Yeah.
But I was just thinking for the information that's being provided as part of this review, if there's things like that that are
Yes.
a part of it, because one of the pieces in here is we would have the sign-in sheet, so do we want to provide it, like, oh, here's an example of what that would potentially look like, just an example.
We don't have to, because we don't have, we could, but we don't have, we don't strictly have to.
No.
Well, send me your policy when you have it, and when we do agenda planning, we'll put it on. Any further board questions or discussion at this time?
Nice work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, really appreciate
It's
it.
really exciting.
I really appreciate the work on this. I've seen this done many times and, you know, Laura, I have to give you a particular shout out for like sticking with it because you really worked on this for 3 years. And I just, I want to thank you all for your work on this. And I think the clarity for our student is really important. And, you know, we want board meetings to be welcoming and, you know, opportunities for folks to engage. And I think it's really clear. And I look forward to seeing how the procedures shake out. So, great job, thanks.
Okay, so next we have school board retreat follow-up roles, responsibilities, and priorities of the school board and date selection for the next board retreat.
Yeah, I'm delinquent in the role, responsibilities and priorities thing, so I'm gonna have to, you know, take my punishment now and work on it soon.
We'll give you a pass. You've been doing a fair amount of work on behalf of the board and community, so.
Yeah. Tim, this will be doing.
You don't get a cookie at the next.
No.
meeting.
I should have sent your.
Well, part of it is date selection for the next school board retreat, which,
Did my duty.
There was no common times on the first batch and of the second batch, how many times did we have?
I
Dozen?
am not, okay.
There's Delina gave, spoiler alert, Delina, there's no common times that the board,
In the summer.
was able to do, yeah, and she's provided the, sheet for Chelsea.
There's 13 different options here.
And that was after the first round, I don't know how many we had in the first round, but.
So are we looking to right now, look at our calendars and check off dates, or no, this is.
No,
That's
sorry,
that's me, this is for the retreat.
This is just for the next retreat.
So we're somebody to send out a new
Was there
doodle.
one that was like only one?
Did you do it? Just
Yeah,
put in the-
so there was July 11th, we had 4 people reporting that they could do it, and out of that 4, actually, one of them is Delina, so that just doesn't really count.
I could just turn one.
Okay,
Should we all just take a look at it again? You think?
Um,
We could add one on.
I don't know, or add, you know, I just thought if there was one that was like, or looked like a lot of people could go, maybe if person isn't available, and have something that is flexible.
Superintendent, do you have access to the doodle?
Yeah.
And was there any that were close?
looks
Yeah,
like July
I think we're
11th,
cool for
Oh,
July
I see.
17th, July.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can do it without me, I just been on town on July 11th.
Okay, what was the next one?
17th, which is a Thursday.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's your A-okay, you're allowed to go away for someone.
Actually, the 18th was closed, although actually no snow. but it's still
That's
fine.
mid-July is the worst for me.
Yeah, yeah,
And I have to say, it's nice to have like a blank July.
yeah. I would say we go back to, I'd rather not, let's go back to our calendars and take it up again. No, maybe.
What about weekends? I didn't see any weekend
Yeah,
dates. that
that's
on
an option.
It might be kind of late to plan it, but the other thing you may want to consider is a retreat would be a great time to onboard a new board member. And so you might wait to plan your retreat until you have your new board member.
Oh, that's a good idea too.
And so then maybe you'd be looking at August.
I didn't do weekends in the summer because weekends tend to be crazier in the summer than weekdays in the summer. Because folks like have camps and go away and on and on and on. I'm happy to go back to the drawing board. See what we can do. I enjoyed our stormy Saturday morning together.
I showed my kids the video.
Poor kids.
Not the whole video.
Okay, there's a page.
Just a helium stick. Ah.
Um. So next steps for the new board members, maybe we should approach it from that angle. When does that have to be posted?
Well, we can talk about that in the agenda. planning.
Oh, okay, okay.
But it's just something I thought you might consider.
Yeah,
for your
no, it's a good
next
idea.
meeting.
Actually, can I send it, I'd like to change my response. I've tried 2 different attempts to send out dates. Would a board member be willing to work on dates for the retreat?
Does anybody, do you have a Doodle Pro account? No. Okay, cause I think I can add 20 days. So yeah, I could try. I have a Doodle account. And if those days don't work, then somebody else.
Do it, okay.
Yeah, that's more sophisticated than what we have in the district.
I thought you Doodle. Sure, I'll do
You
it.
have it, okay.
I use the free membership.
Yeah, I do too, but maybe I'll pay for it.
Okay.
So thank you for doing that.
Right, so next we have policy D9, electronic communications between employees and students, and this is the second reading. We do not have to read through it. It just has to be on the agenda. We have to read through it the first time. We can read through it if board members would like to, but we have already read through it in its entirety without changes, but it hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed this technically the fourth, yeah, reading, and it hasn't changed.
So
Any questions?
I do have some just minor copy edits I haven't
Perfect.
written. Can
Email
I
those to Delina,
email?
yes.
Okay.
Or if you want to, I
Can
can,
I just wrote them
absolutely,
in pad,
pardon.
so
Yes.
if she has any questions about them, she can just email me.
Thank you. I will.
There's not
pass
a lot
these
there.
along. Thank you so much. She actually said to me the other day, like, haven't received any edits from Tim, and I've been, oh, yeah, I know. So this is really funny at the time. I'll pass these along. Thank you for
Tim's and some.
All right, so then next week, policy G8, selection of library materials, and this is the first reading of this policy. Are we doing this from Tim?
Yes, can I provide a little bit of background information on this? This is, I had mentioned to you, I've given you a sneak peek of this at our last board meeting when I mentioned that part of my responsibility is to track legislative, well, I guess. So it's now a law that we have this, so it's a required policy. The VSBA has sent out a model policy. We've got some awesome staff who's interested in weighing in on this. So I sent this to our executive director of learning and some of our librarians. And they have been pivotal in developing the procedures that go along with this. So you'll note under the operational procedures, we currently have seclusion of library materials as a procedure. This is this is different because this legislation requires us to have a selection policy. So looking at it in a different lens than seclusion. The seclusion procedures that we have right now are really meant to provide, say, parents or community members with a venue to say, hey, I really like this book removed from the library. And then we have a committee and a process by which they can determine if that will happen or if it will not. I've shepherded that through several times. It's an effective set of procedures that we have in place. So that is staying for now. I'm awaiting the VSBA's procedures to accompany this policy, which will be required by law for all districts to have effective July 1. So I'm bringing it to you now because it needs to be read 3 times. You know, I want to make sure the district is in compliance. Once the procedures come along, our internal team of educators will have the opportunity to develop procedures that are reflective of our practices. I will furnish to our, you know, the folks who look at that. Again, I've got most interest from librarians on the topic. The recommended procedures from the VSBA. So that's kind of the why, why I'm bringing this to the board this evening. And, you know, again, I think the important thing is like, note this isn't policy for policy, it's a requirement.
Take it away. Do I need, I don't need them. I guess I could use it to our vast audience out there.
It's online.
South Burlington School District Policy G8, selection of library materials. And there is a footnote 1, Act 150 of 2024 requires boards to adopt a policy addressing the reconsideration and retention of school library materials effective 7/1/2025. Policy. The freedom to read is essential to our democracy. The school library plays an important role in helping students to inquire, to study and evaluate information, and to gain new understandings and knowledge. This policy exists to ensure compliance with 16 VSA Section 1624, requiring that the South Burlington School District affirm the importance of intellectual freedom, guided by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Vermont laws prohibiting discrimination in places of public accommodation, the American Library Association's Freedom to Read Statement, June 2024, Vermont's Freedom to Read Statement of January 2024, and reflect Vermont's diverse people and history, including diversity of race, ethnicity, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability status, religion, and political beliefs. School library staff shall be responsible for curating and developing collections that provide students with access to a wide array of materials that are relevant to students' research, independent reading interests, and educational needs, as well as ensuring such materials are tailored to the cognitive and emotional levels of the children served by the school. There's a reference to footnote 2, which is to section 16 VSA section 1624C. Definitions. For the purpose of this policy, library materials include all materials considered part of the library collection, included but not limited to print, digital, and media production resources. Library materials may be found in both physical and virtual library spaces. Technology integration refers to the infusion of technology into the curriculum as a tool to enhance learning in a content area or multidisciplinary setting, enabling students to select technology tools to help them obtain information in a timely manner, analyze and synthesize the information, and present it in culturally, linguistically, and age-appropriate ways. Footnote, reference to footnote 3, which is SBE Rule 2110 definitions. Administrative responsibilities. The superintendent or designee will, 1, develop and implement procedures that address the selection of library materials, the provisions of access to those materials. The superintendent or designee will develop procedures to address A, selection of materials, B, deselection of materials, and a reference to footnote 4, 16 VSA section 1624B. Prohibiting the removal, deselection of materials, prohibiting the removal of school library materials for the following reasons. Partisan approval or disapproval, the author's race, nationality, gender identity, sexual orientation, political views, or religious views, school board members or members of the public's discomfort, personal morality, political views, or religious views, the author's point of view concerning the problems and issues of our time, whether international, national, or local, the race, nationality, gender identity, sexual orientation, political views, or religious views of the protagonist or other characters, or content related to sexual health that addresses physical, mental, emotional, or social dimensions of human sexuality, including puberty, sex, and relationships. C, donations of materials, and D, reconsideration materials. The superintendent or designee will ensure that the district provides services of a certified library media specialist as required in state standards. And policy warned May 21st, 2025.
I almost went to sleep.
No,
just kidding.
I apologize.
Just kidding.
Any questions or discussion about our first reading? Students, reading? So voted to you?
You anticipate any material change? For,
So the VSBA has counsel that vets these model policies, so it has been vetted by legal. And I think it reads pretty closely to the legislation, so, and typically, I would modify a policy from the VSBA to reflect our practices, but there's nothing, I brought you the exact policy, there's nothing in here that I would change that isn't reflective of our needs or is in group with them.
So this, so this is the policy. Will there also be maybe, just hearing through all this, so there will be procedures, so there's gonna be a separate procedure. When will that be done?
So the VSBA is currently working on the procedures, the
Okay.
model procedures to go with this. Procedures are highly specific to our practices.
Yep.
So what I've told our librarians is when those come out, I will email them the model procedures. And then they can SBify them. And there's no timeframe of when those have to be in. And the trick to those isn't a rush, it's to make sure that our staff feels the procedures are reflective of our practices. Those don't require any board, those are superintendent driven, they don't require readings at a board meeting. It would be the kind of thing where I would notify, the board that those are in place and maybe on the website. But they reflect our internal practices, and again, our teams would really put those together. Because they're the ones who are doing that work.
Right.
Just, yes, I do, I'm sorry. Well, one question I do have, in those procedures, will parents and community members have a way to indicate their disapproval of certain materials, and how will that potentially be handled?
Yeah, certainly. And we currently have procedures on our website, which is a process to petition. Annie it's called like seclusion of library materials. And so parents have in the past few years engaged in that process, and we have a committee of teachers and staff who review their requests. I'm thinking when I got one from a parent on request for seclusion of Lawn Boy, which is a Gary Paulson book at the high school. And there was a committee of teachers and staff who came together, and they reviewed the request. They ultimately decided to keep the text in our library, but that process is, those procedures are still on our website, and that'll be up there until there is a need, should the procedures not cover, which I think they will based on this policy, we'll continue to keep that current procedure. There was also somebody petitioned the gender unicorn. That was another one that I can think of. Those educational materials. So wasn't that first word? Gender unicorn.
No, I don't think so. But I remember I thought I was gonna have to make a decision, so I read the book.
No, it must have been Lawn Boy. That was,
No, it's a graphic.
Would you be, I'm just looking through the list of policies, would you be able to point at some point?
It's I8.
I8.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't got that listed yet, thank you. My bad. Thank you, Violet.
yeah, I think we any other questions.
Okay, so let's move on to school board meeting dates for 2025-26. This is formed for possible action, so we should look at this list and then see if it works for everyone.
I want to draw your attention to one anomaly that you may or may not notice. There was an October date removed. The board could choose to add a second meeting back in October. There was on, let's see, so October 8th was on this initial list, and the board can decide to put it back if you wish. It was changed due to a holiday. And I believe that October 1st, that Yom Kippur begins at sundown. But if you wanted to put October 8th on there, you certainly could. you'd have two back-to-back meetings. That is what we did. So this, in the October of 2024, we also navigated kind of that wonky October schedule. But that's kind of the only notable change here. That July 9th date is typically approval of hires only. It's typically a Zoom, and we've had that in the past. It was like a noon Zoom, since we have more board members who have day jobs, we've made that 4 p.m. Zoom. Those are the notable differences from the 24-25 working schedule.
Would board members like? Additional calendar this was left with me?
I just have a question because, we have not put 2.2 on the calendar yet, and we're gonna start monitoring again like August 13th for the new year. So I'm wondering, do we need to put it on July 9th, but July 9th was assumed?
I think that's a proposal of agenda only.
I know, I just didn't want to say yes to this and then be like, oh, well, you said it was 4 o'clock, new hire AP only Zoom, and then we don't have it to use. Monitoring.
I think what I'm trying to say is the board at any time can add time or add things to an agenda, add agendas. And I feel like that's too granular for like this. Does that make sense? Like, are you just saying you don't want to approve it as written, you want to change the way it's written now in anticipation of board work? Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So I hate to, we're getting into a season where there's a lot going on. If we've got monitoring reports, I wonder, could we potentially, in place of October 1st, schedule for September 24th? That would give us 17th and 24th back to back. But we would have 2 weeks between the 3rd and the 17th. And then the 24th to the 15th would give us another 2 weeks, 2.5. I just wonder if we want to miss a full meeting at that time, if there are policies that, because I think the board has indicated they wanted to review our policies and their ongoing monitoring reports.
October 8th is the other thing that I thought was good on the calendar, but that could be wrong too. So just
Oh,
putting that
okay,
out there
okay.
to you
Oh,
as
I thought
well.
October 8th was, there was.
October 1st.
And the 22nd, I mean, you could push that out too, if you needed. Cause then you still have another 2 weeks before the 5th comes around.
Yeah, October's weird.
I think
do 5 Wednesdays.
And I think you do need 2 meetings in October because you're also gonna, like, budget's gonna start cooking up, so you're gonna have like, financial monitoring before that.
So we could do the 8th. Yeah, I'm for that. And that gives us,
No, I believe the 8th is good. And Delina, kudos to Delina, she assisted with this quite a bit.
I don't know if the 15th is, sometimes that's Indigenous Peoples' Day. So that's something.
It wasn't, the 15th.
It's always on.
That's a month, that's on Monday versus on Wednesday.
I'm sorry, right, that's a Wednesday. But even the 22nd, if we didn't want it one. back to back.
June the 8th.
Beth, you're good with calendars. You see it, I'm flagging anything for the 8th for you?
No,
Okay.
there's nothing like that.
And the other thing too, that I think may be important to mention, depending upon how it goes with our policy that we're writing for public comment, because there may be other public forums that get integrated into this as well as opportunities for the community.
I think when you get into December, you're fine. Have some real budget, so.
I think you want more engagement that time.
Well, I mean, I would even see potentially having engagement with things like this public comment, like we're talking about. Community engagement, I think those are some big ones.
So are we saying we'd like to add in the 8th and leave
Yeah,
the 15th?
8th and the 22nd.
So
The 22nd is the Wednesday before parent com, the 2 conferences. I don't know if that matters or not.
So October 8th is good.
Yeah, so, okay. 22nd is good.
Thank you.
So students won't have school the 23rd. That's how.
Yeah, people are out of town.
We typically don't do a board meeting when students don't have school because we want staff and parents and, yeah, like we want people to be engaged, so. Like you'll never see a board meeting on a, vacation day, so that's an important reason not to have it. Right, yeah.
As a board member, I would be mad. Like, can you pass it?
So are we saying, I'm sorry, are we saying, we'll add October 8th? And then October 22nd now instead of the 7th, instead of the 15th?
Well, what they were just saying is there's no school the 23rd,
Right.
24th. Are we okay to still do one on the 22nd, or is that not recommended?
No,
So
well,
we should,
you shouldn't do it when there's no staff or parents. When school isn't in session, because you want to get engaged with those constituents.
But it's the next day, so would that be?
There's
I don't-
school on the 22nd.
There's school on the 22nd. Just not on the
Yes.
23rd, 24th.
So let's do the 8th.
so we'll just do, so we would do the 8th and the 15th, so we have back-to-back weeks.
Yep.
That's how we did it
Yes,
this fall.
that's, that happens in October.
Yeah, I feel better about what date we added.
I was thinking we should do Tuesdays,
Yeah, how about,
kind of like for,
Football.
yeah.
yeah, let's do the one, right.
We had to reschedule in October last year for some reason.
Yes, I think, yeah, somebody was gonna knock it out here. Okay, good, so the 8th, got it.
Okay, so we're gonna leave everything, we're just gonna change the 1st, which was canceled, to the 8th.
Yep.
So we have September 17th, October 8th, October 15th, November 5th.
Yep. And it's, that word.
Okay, and then to address Emily's question, does the board want to consider having the July 9th meeting be not a 4 o'clock only consent agenda meeting, but have it be a full regular meeting?
Now, it can still be 4 o'clock, can it?
I would say when school isn't in session is not a great, gotta be great, like you want to include constituents who are staff and parents. I'll do whatever you wanna do here, I just.
No, I'm a person and I'm a rule follower. And so to me, I'm just like, we have to finish out this year before we start the next year. And this is my first, that's where my mind is going, like.
I love
So-
that, like, organizational.
Yeah, that,
And also, I don't think that's.
Okay,
actually how it
and I
is.
don't like, this is my first round.
It's.
That's
Okay.
It's so funny.
We get in trouble if we don't.
No.
The SBA gonna
We're
come
with
like.
the SBA and everyone is impressed with our monitoring because we are so,
Okay.
we are. like,
There are
gold
districts
stars.
that haven't monitored policy in literally years.
Oh, yeah, that's.
I talked to a board chair recently, they haven't evaluated their superintendent in 5 years.
Okay, thank you for, I'm follow the rules and I need to know what they are. And now I know that.
It's just like part of that.
Thank you.
Basically, we're never done monitoring.
Okay.
It's just an ongoing
Yeah.
constant. Yeah, but it has to be done like with a plan, right?
Yeah.
So can I make a motion to? So I move that we accept the dates as written with the one change of adding October 8th instead of October 1st.
Tim has a motion on the floor, is there a second?
I second.
Laura seconds, any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, so up next we have school board monitoring report schedule for 2025-2026. This is also warned for possible action.
Oh, why did you?
Yes, so this is your like really big. This is our-
Yeah, okay, sorry. So do we vote on this one, Chelsea, since we're doing?
We can,
Oh, we don't.
but we don't have to, so if the board needs more time to discuss or review this, we can put it on another meeting. We haven't marked for possible action, because we are prepared.
Sure, if there are questions or discussion now. Let's go for it. I was just looking at it and noticed, I think we had a curriculum development and review. Did we wanna, that was a big one, I think, it's always been
It's
a
a big one, yeah. Equity is your other colossal report.
So we would look, so October could be a busy, we could maybe split that out over the 8th, the 5th. Did we split it last time?
We split, last year, we split equity into 4. Curriculum, we split into CIP and then the 2.10. So you saw that this year, and we just had breaking off the CIP from the 2.10 report is
Okay,
why.
so,
But equity, you're gonna have on now June 4th, and like Monica has advised that we chunk out like a literal 3 hours for that agenda item. I mean, we'll talk about that in agenda planning, but but it pertains to this, because the board could make the decision to chunk that out again. If you'd like.
Well, I just see it's already on for May 20th.
Yeah.
Of
next year, yeah.
So we have it on for June 4th now, because the steering committee May 21st.
21st today.
All day. So for June 4th, the board is monitoring equity because there was a conflict with some of with the city council, and so the steering committee will now be June 18th. So.
What was that you just said?
What's gonna be on the city manager contacted Chelsea and I regarding a request to change the steering committee to June 18th, which is a regularly scheduled board meeting. So they were trying to be respectful of our body and that we all have that in our calendars already. So we agreed to just do the swap for the board.
So what I'm wondering is if it's possible, because I would like to do the treatment of staff. I'd like to do 2.2 if we could before the end of the year. And I don't know if we're doing equity June 4th, I don't know if we could do treatment of staff the 18th. And if we did the legislators to review new legislation, if that would be something that could go into July, perhaps.
So June 18th right now is is meant to be a steering committee meeting and not a regular school board meeting. So steering committee is comprised of the school board, the city council, the superintendent, the city manager, and frequently department heads from the city also tend to support. And those agendas tend to be topics of discussion or action that are done by those two bodies. We have had times where the city council has their regular meeting, we join them at the end. But because this is a new board, and they're new city council? No, it's all the same. That's correct. Okay. They were hoping to have a meal so that all of the kind of leaders of the city have a chance to get to know each other. And then the superintendent was gonna do like a school district 101 for the city council, and the city manager was gonna do like city governance 101 for the board. So that will already be a pretty hefty evening, but
There's other agenda items on there too. But those were the big presentations and the dinners.
Probably moving the date, right? Moving the date for the meeting day.
that will not be on the agenda because we'll be having a meeting.
No, yes, I think I know what you're saying. So moving the potential town meeting day school budget, budget
Yeah.
vote. And that is on the agenda, and that'll be a lengthy discussion. There are other agenda topics too. That's a full agenda.
So is what's being discussed right now, treatment of staff?
What's being discussed right now is the calendar, so do board
Right.
members wanna approve this now, or do you wanna continue to?
Is the one that we have not done. Is treatment of staff. So I think I guess the ask is, what is the recommendation for when we should do that?
I guess you should decide if you want to do treatment of staff or equity on the board. I don't think you will not have time to do both. The
Right.
18th is steering committee, and I don't think you'll have time to monitor policy that night.
So would people be fine just adding treatment of staff sometime in July.
Well,
No.
that's what Violet was saying, that it wouldn't be a good idea to do it during the summer.
So,
I
so
would
it's
do-
June or August?
Or
August,
we could replace the equity with. the
or replace
down.
equity. I'm fine.
But just to be clear, this calendar. My brain is breaking right now. This calendar starts in July. So what you're talking about in terms of agenda planning is actually before this calendar takes place.
Right.
So
Yeah.
the discussion about that, we're actually having agenda planning, which is tonight, we're doing agenda planning at 11.
Okay.
At 11 PM, agenda item 11. So let's focus on this calendar starting in July.
Yes.
And then we can talk about which policy we want to monitor at the next meeting.
So I think it's combining because we wanna make sure we get 11 and 211 and 2.2, and so if we like approve this, and like, where do we put in the one that we missed?
Well, it's already here, so.
But then you just wait a whole year to do
Well,
equity?
you can, well, no, but then we'll do the agenda planning for the next couple of meetings and we can put it in there.
So that's what we'll fix it.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Right now, so your choices are
Let's
address in agenda planning,
Yeah.
or you
Yeah.
could, you could literally move
We could-
you could move 2.2 to August.
Right, we could just put it in there.
Honestly, 2.6 is usually very fast.
2.6 is fast. I kind of like the idea of doing that at the onset of the year, because you could be like, let's have a fresh start, like,
Right.
what are, like, how should we support?
Meeting and
So, well, I'm also proposing that because 2.6 is so fast, you could monitor it. At that time, like you could do 2 monitoring reports in one night.
I don't think I've ever gotten a question on 2.6. That is literally the snap of a finger, so you could definitely.
Have you ever met this board?
Yeah. I stand corrected already. Thank you. Good point.
Oh, emergency superintendent, oh, yeah, we can have, yeah, that's pretty easy.
It's over 2.11 this?
I will watch on Zoom that meeting, and if you guys take longer than 10 minutes. to
Yeah,
monitor
that's gonna take,
I'll be live. I don't have
I
to
mean,
see it.
that would be ridiculous.
That is one that you can double up on.
Yeah.
So
So let's add it there.
So shall we approve this budget, or I'm sorry, approve this agenda and then move on to the agenda planning? Not immediately, but I'm saying, and deal with these issues that we're concerned about in agenda planning. So I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I'm thanks for all this.
No, I think you're bringing up the right point.
And the several 2.2. Into the June.
So you want me to make a motion?
Yeah, make a
So I'm gonna move that we approve the South Burlington School District Board agenda and work plan for 2025 through 2026 as presented in the document that we have in front of us.
Can I ask questions?
But wait, with the addition of the 2.11, also on August 13th. Is that right or no?
We're gonna talk, I think we're
Do
saying,
that and then.
Yeah.
Agenda planning, yeah.
Well, yeah, sorry, do we have a second? And then we can-
Yeah, I second.
Laura second. So Jen, the way this is written right now, we can still talk about agenda planning monitoring 2.11 equity, but right now, the way that this is written, it's for May of next, like 1 year from now.
Got it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, this brings us to agenda item 9, reports by the school board. Do you have any reports from board members? Anything? Okay.
You can talk about this. What? You wanna talk about the song?
Sure.
We had that engagement.
Oh, okay. You don't have to, I get my notes. Yeah, sure, you start.
I'll cover it in my report.
Yeah, I'm just, I've got a lot of things open.
Yeah, no problem.
Good, move on. Okay, agenda item 10, superintendent's report.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Do you want me to start with a different piece of my report? Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay, so, I want to start by, thanking, our, former veteran board members who came to do a panel, with this team on Saturday. It was, you know, a stormy Saturday and it was really great to just engage in discussion. So thank you, Bridget Burkhardt, Elizabeth Fitzgerald for, you know, really spearheading that, Martin Malone, Brent Minier, for being here. Pretty great. So that was really wonderful. And I also want to thank the board for just continuing to engage in, you know, communities, we should really spend on a Saturday. I thought that was really helpful. And I'm gonna pivot now to advocacy around House 454. This is something that the VSBA, VSA, VPA released a joint statement on this week. And then there were various communications from districts, boards that folks have seen. I want to thank our legislators and state senators, you know, for really working to support our, you know, our schools and our school community. I think this is a case where, you know, the advocacy efforts were reflected in, you know, where we stand today. I will share, I did send a note to staff regarding, you know, some of the updates. And in that, you know, we intentionally didn't include a potential budget figure for reduction based on page 9 of the fiscal note released by the Joint Fiscal Office, which said, like, with political factors yet to be determined and in the absence of data on, say, demographic data, for instance, which is a massive impact to the weights, we didn't put something concrete. A teacher emailed me and was like, hey, like, put the impact, it could be more impactful for, you know, communities, and we put this out to the press as well. So I did include this, like, figure of about $4.8 million. This is, I want to be really, really clear, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This was based on our initial modeling from what we knew. Again, to be clear, there were a lot of factors that could impact this number, but I wanted to just be transparent with the community about, you know, here's what we knew in February when that modeling occurred. It was a really substantial hit to South Burlington that's anticipated, which is that $4.8 million. Again, there are lots of factors that could dramatically change that number. So I wanted to provide that update. At this point in time, the communications on this, like, given the changes that happened today, it's really gonna be like VSBA, VSA, VPA communicating. There's you know, there wasn't support for the changes. So, you know, additional communication isn't prudent at this point in time. I did send the board those updates. I sent forward a clip too of that. And so that's where we stand on page 454. Again, I really want to thank the state senators and legislators who are in our area who are really advocating and supporting our school. So huge thanks all around. And that they are always available. So seems like a win for students and staff on that one. Obviously TBD, and there's a lot of work to be done. So listening sessions are engagement sessions rather. I wanted to just provide an update as we prepare, you know, our central office staff, you know, really heard the feedback from the union about when they wrap their listening tour. We're like, you know, engagement and, you know, hearing from staff is really important. So the central office staff and I have been going to schools, and we tried to offer a broad variety of times of day so that folks could make it, because everyone's, you know, got different schedules. So if anyone missed us or couldn't attend something, like, please reach out. Any of us are happy to talk with anyone at any time. I just want to make sure that's really known. And then I also want to say from there, let's see, so those weren't well attended so far. I know there were some schedule changes too, like there was testing and, you know, so it was like, oh, you know, we have to move it to this date or whatever. So I just want to acknowledge, like, that's not the end of, like, the efforts to try to engage with folks and like feedback heard loud and clear. But we are from that, and I'll give credit to Daisy, our HR director, who had engaged in our process in a previous work setting, which was around culture improvement. And so I've asked her to, you know, really look into that. We're gonna be discussing that with the admin team on Friday when we meet. But I think, you know, given what we've learned so far and just the feedback, it's really important that we acknowledge that and address that. And then finally, I'll move to a budget update. Speaking of feedback, you know, we've heard also in the listening to our feedback that the budget process was something that was not satisfactory and certainly required improvement. So we've partnered with Tassant, who Tim Jarvis, Senior Director of Finance, and I engaged with at a best practices for budget development for school districts. Tassant Partners worked with Burlington School District 5 years ago to develop the process that they still use now. So, you know, given the feedback and the tough decisions that this school community is having and has had to make, we felt it was prudent to, you know, make this investment. This is not a one-time throwaway thing. This is something that, you know, there's a real need to engage the community in the budget development process. We passed our school budget vote by 127 votes this year. That is a very thin margin. And that, you know, also speaks to the need for robust community engagement. We did use, I want to provide some information. We did use surplus funds from fiscal year 25 for this one-time expense. This is not a continuing or annual expense. So and this money is not budgeted in fiscal year 26. So we could not actually have like staffed someone going forward in fiscal year 26 with these funds. I think that's important for folks to know. Again, it's not an annual expense. Do you want me to keep talking about this or do you want me to ping it to you? I could share some other highlights.
You can, yeah, and then I'm happy to jump in on
Sure.
some thoughts too.
Yep, so, we have, I think one important piece to note, is that, we're not building the budget or making any budget, these teams aren't doing that now. This is about, those conversations are gonna start in the fall, but this budget process so far is making recommendations for how the budget is developed. So I just want to be really clear there. And the goal is engaging the community to be clear and transparent and have predictable budget development cycles going forward in the future.
And pass the budget. Like
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. To
Using
support-
Kasant
to
to
keep-
have, like the
Yeah.
ROI on that $70,000 should be much greater than $70,000.
Right.
The
Yeah,
likelihood of passing the budget, you know, if they can get us an extra $100,000, there's a $30,000 ROI right there.
Right, and the goal is like, so that we have more staff and programming to support our students, right? Like, that's the goal, and robustly engaged community where people have accurate information, they have input, there's clear data use to drive the budget development. But right now, it's all about, hey, how do you all want to put this process together? So we did the survey, we received 178 responses. And that went to all, you know, including parents, guardians, staff members, alumni, community members. It was widely distributed. Let's see here. There are several groups of folks who are working on this. There is a school staff focus group. Principals identified 2 staff members to invite from their schools. And those participants included teachers and other school staff that were in non-leadership roles. This is part of Tassant's, you know, design. The community focus group 1 was made up of PTO presidents from each school and the boosters at the high school. And then other folks that the business office and I helped identify, like folks in the business community, for instance. the SBDA is, for example, like an important group who, you know, we seek every year to have their officials in support of our budget. For example, community focus group 2, so when folks, and Jen, we added this after the last board meeting, when 2 board members were like, hey, who's in this that we haven't seen? So we added this, which I think was really great. So when the community survey went out, there was an option for folks to indicate whether they wanted to have additional participation in the process. And so this community group was, you know, I talked to Julie at Tucson and I said, hey, I'm, you know, concerned by this. I mean, we feel that this is an area where we need additional engagement. So Tucson, conveniently added this additional focus group. And so this was available to everyone who in the survey indicated an interest in participating in any kind of greater level. So that felt good from my perspective. And then finally, the student focus group, which is awesome. Casey and Allie have been great. They suggested student council. They met with Principal Craig, who felt it would be better to have the director of school counseling select those. So they worked on that, and that is happening and planned for Wednesday. So I really want to thank Gracie and Allie for your work on that, and Tim Jarvis will be, you know, supporting that. He'll probably get back to you on logistics, but he was going to suggest hosting it here because it's a Zoom and we know that this room is one that won't have tech issues. So, but I'm not going to be in the weeds on that one. I do want to thank Jen and board members who've asked a lot of really good questions on this. And Jen did take a call with Julie, who's one of the partners at Tucson. And so I did want to just open it up to her to offer anything from her perspective that hasn't been addressed, or anything that you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that it was really good to talk with her, so thank you for putting me in touch with her. I think at a high level, what was informative for me is that 5 years ago, that Tucson was contracted by the Burlington School District to help create their budget model. And what Julie pointed out was that most schools do not have a formal budget model, and instead they typically roll their previous year budgets over year after year, which can lead to these inequities because of changing priorities and student headcounts and et cetera. And so people can go online and they can see the Burlington School District budget development guide that came out of it. That was the output. So that was a really big thing to understand, that they're not building the budget for this year. They're building the model that will be used for all those subsequent years. So that was
At no additional cost at any other time.
and no additional cost. And yeah, so it's an investment. Then also understanding that, you know, Tucson had presented this last fall at the Vermont Superintendents Association meeting, which is where they shared the results. And she said that, you know, Violet was very proactive with Tim Jarvis to contact her about, you know, again, proactively developing this budget model, because we recognize that there's been some challenges trying to get this across the finish line. And then there was not enough time to do it before the 2025 budget for when it happened. So that's why it's
And we
coming
didn't have
about.
our finances in order, so they wouldn't take us on as a client because we didn't have the new system, which had accurate good data to use. So we were declined for this current cycle that we've just passed the budget for fiscal year 26.
So then, you know, she was also adding that the survey that went out last month was to glean insights that will be important for the budget model, such as, number one, what is important for the community? And two, how future engagements and communication with the community will be shaped. So those are really important points. And then, as you mentioned, the advisory committees that have been made up from these different focus groups. And so there's really 4. Because that other one was added on. And then the role of that advisory committee, so all of these advisory committees are going to put forth a proposal, which will be facilitated by Tucson, and which they hope to have completed by the end of the school year by next month. And then just from a timing perspective, they're hoping that that proposal will be initially brought to the board and presented as a PowerPoint, if I'm understanding that correctly. And then that would eventually be turned into a Word document similar to what Burlington School District has. And so the proposal will include how the budget will be developed with a calendar showing timing for district level engagement. So general information that it goes to the whole community, and then school level engagement, school staff, parents, guardians, et cetera. So again, this is just the model, super high level, but I think there's an opportunity for us. Oh, and then the official rollout, this is a key thing, the official rollout of this model would occur in the fall. Once the schools are back in session, and it can be communicated to the parents in the community during like back to school events. So again, the model's there, it's gonna be used time after time after time. So I think people just need to get their head around the fact that that's what this is. And really, it's a good investment in how we're building this and ensuring that we have all the right stakeholder engagement. So it's good. I think that as a board, we have an opportunity to do more communication and enlightenment for everybody as to what this is and the value add that it's going to bring.
I agree. I think this is a really a huge positive for the.
Totally. Yep. But that was it for me. So I'm like, what? Who's involved in building this budget? I didn't get it until I talked to her. So that was very helpful.
I think I brought this up a couple hours ago, but when will we have like a benchmark that says, you know, for example, I mean, like a result that I would love to see is actually, you know, the amount that we spend on something is less than this, less than the norm, right? Something that I can go out to the public and say, you should support our budget because we're actually cost efficient.
Yep, so the hope is that we enter the budget development process and we have metrics for the cost of things. So, and that's something we haven't had without the software that we now have in place. So that's separate of the process, that will be when the budget itself is being
Okay.
built.
And I understand that,
Which is why you want you want those 2 October meetings.
right,
Right.
and that, so you're saying that that's gonna, our ability to know how much something costs is because of the new financial software that was rolled out this year or last year. But specifically, I come back to this point of like knowing which districts to compare ourselves to. That would be very, you know, so like we wanna know like, well, what is the unit cost of this at MMU, at CVU,
Yeah.
you know, all those things.
It's a great question. So districts don't, so you go back to the process, right? Like that's the process that we're trying to develop and implement. So like Burlington has that information. It's not published, but like most districts don't have that in their budget development process. They're not systematized like what we're trying to implement here. So like that benchmark data is not available that I know of in any capacity. And you know, what we're trying to do is establish, and this will be worked with the administrators and, you know, I'll again say work with your teachers and staff on this, is to determine what is and the board will have to, of course, do this work too, determine the appropriate metrics for spending for each category. So, the business office and I had a call with Tazan today, and they were like, hey, like, what's the staffing allocation to, you know, schools, and do you let them, do they have any say in their money? We're like, yeah, like we gave them all their staff lists and we gave them their full budgets. And we said, all right, guys, like, how do you want to do this? And that amount of latitude that our principals have is pretty significant. And we want to continue to give our principals, you know, a huge amount of authority and decision-making and autonomy in the budget process as they engage their staff. That's the critical piece. But with that, you know, to Julie and Sarah at Tazan were asking us, you know, like, would you be comfortable with what Burlington calls this, like, it's an equity index? So you know, it could be a redistribution of money. Like they could look at this and say, wow, these schools are really not resourced staffing wise or financially in equitable ways. Like, let's, you know, decide how to, you know, how does this make sense in a way that supports our students? So those pieces are really important. It's the engagement piece and the clarity on the process that's really critical. That's where we are now. In the fall, you know, this group of people will have to get in the weeds and, of course, with Tazan's, you know, support, determine what are the appropriate figures for spending on, you know, all students for K-2 in art or whatever it is? Or how much money are we spending on, I don't wanna say pencils, because we wanna give our, you know, like principals, these still the ability to manage their building-based budgets, but there should be. Jenny, we're talking about controls, like there should be metrics that drive spending to support students and staff. And, you know, I wanna give our, like, our administrators again, credit for like, they manage their buildings effectively, right? But, it's this idea of, you know, when you hear folks coming to meetings and challenging budget expenditures, it's really, it provides transparency and a data-driven process that our community is really asking for. So this is important to share.
Yeah, and I don't wanna belabor the point, but you know, if a community member comes and says, I don't like you spend $2 on pencils.
That'll happen.
And then, I know, but, and then we're able to say, and I understand that maybe you're saying this benchmarking data is not available locally, so maybe we have to cast a wider net. But we could say, well, you know, we spend $2 on pencils, but Massachusetts spends $3 on pencils. You know, it'd be good to have, you know,
Yeah, I've not seen that data available. I don't know, Tim, if you've ever seen that available in any of your business official discussions.
The only thing is to, you know, the budgets that any school publishes, including ours, are fairly high level. They don't fit into, it'll say supplies.
well, sure, yeah. I just mean like, I think that it's
I
a
get your
good way of you know, sometimes in order to know whether a number is reasonable.
Yeah.
You have to know what the other numbers are around it.
Models are not available or published on any of those drilled down metrics like
Sure,
that. We do
but
get
even
like
high
per
level.
pupil spending or like, you know, the cost for educating each student.
Would make it a lot easier to defend the budget if we did have those figures.
I agree.
Interesting.
Yep, I think, so that concludes my report.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So one of the things that you said, in, I think this, is that you had said that you had your, it's not a listening for, but your engagement session.
Yes.
You said it hasn't been very well received. But then I also heard tonight during public comment, people were saying, you know, employees are upset, they've not been listened to, they rarely see district admin in the schools. So I guess my question would be, what does good look like? Because I'm hearing in the one sense, you know, that you're being available, but then people aren't seeing people in the schools. And then I'm also hearing that, well, then there's also intimidation if you're there, the superintendent is there. So I'm just wondering, like, what would good look like? And I don't know, I mean, I know this isn't like a public comment time, but
Yeah.
but that is my question, like, how do we mend that? In order to feel that people are being heard and being seen and being acknowledged, but not also being acknowledged in the right space or any of that. And I don't know if you can speak to that right now.
Yeah, so, this is an agenda topic that, Daisy is gonna kind of, launch with our admin team on Friday, which is, you know, from these engagement tours, there haven't been any specific, you know, major things that have come about, other than I feel the patterns of concerns have been concerns with treatment from HR, former HR staff. That has come up quite a lot. Concerns for loss of jobs and then concerns over student behaviors in classrooms, and like those have been themes that have definitely come up. But we haven't had huge amounts of attendance. So from that, it says to me, like, this isn't an effective way of engaging, so like, we need to modify that. And, you know, the kind of thought that, our HR director, you know, I was talking through it with her and I was like, you know, this is not an effective engagement tool. Like, what are your suggestions? Yeah, and so like, what are your suggestions? And she was like, you know, hey, when I was at the University of Nebraska, we did, you know, this whole culture thing where like, we administered a Gallup survey. From there, 7 pillars of priorities were determined. Teams led those. And they were not, it wasn't like top-down admin led. It was like, it was, you know, values of like teachers and staff. And they were like, how can we improve that? And so it would be like, kind of, again, this is not fully fleshed out.
it's just the point that like, there are culture issues here that are larger than me as one person, or larger than the board of 7 people, or larger than, any one of us, right? Like, we are all the culture. And the panorama data too is really clear that there are serious culture concerns here that have persisted over time. And there, there is a really clear need to make changes. And so the idea that, again, our wonderful HR, I don't want to take credit for this, she's not here, I would ask her to speak to this, but is to have something that is teacher and staff led, that engages students and community members, and of course administrators, but that is not admin led. And it's a way for staff to say, all right, here's what we identify as like, these are like the areas, say it's 7, say it's 5, whatever areas that could be improved. And then like, let's have study groups on like how those could be improved and make recommendations. Again, this is something that we need to bring to the administrative team, and this is, again, I don't want to steal Daisy's thunder on it. But I am really in support of something that's comprehensive and that is teacher and staff led and engages students. Because there is a clear need for it, right? And, we're gonna keep going to schools, central office staff, I look at the central office staff in the back of the room. They're often the first people I talk to at the beginning of the day and end of the day, and sometimes the day's gone so long, it's gone into the next day. I know the work that they do, and it's not glamorous work in central office that gets cultural cachet points, but we do try to be in schools. I fully admit, I've been heavily tethered and I have not been in schools nearly as much as I want, but to be very, very frank about that. And I know, central office administrators, also feel like that. So that's, a goal, and that's certainly a huge area for us to improve.
And I guess that was my question, like, is it expected that superintendents are, I don't know. I mean, is that what we're looking
It's
for?
definitely a huge goal of mine that I've fallen
Because
short of.
visibility is important.
Yeah.
It is, okay,
Yes,
then that,
absolutely.
okay, because then I've also heard the flip side that it's intimidating the
No,
superintendent, so I'm just
no,
trying to
administrator-
understand.
That is feedback. Yeah, that's
Administrators need to be visible.
What was that?
All administrators need to be visible.
Okay,
That is key. You gotta see your leadership.
right.
Please.
If I could, I just wanted to make, I guess, 2 quick comments. I have attended, just a point of clarification first, that the listening sessions that we've done, Violet hasn't been at every session. She did sessions where she and Tim were going to the different school buildings. I was paired with Monica DeRocher, so just for clarity, Violet hasn't been at every, she has done her own, there have been many sessions. And, universally, the attendance at the sessions has been really, really pitiful. So I said earlier today that I'm almost at my 1-year anniversary with the district, and so I'm still busy playing my I'm the new girl in town card. And I really thought New Girl in Town was going to get more traction with the folks in the buildings because they don't know me, right? And I was really disappointed in the lack of folks that attended. And I got a lot of the same feedback that Violet is saying, that like, we're the scary central office administrators. Not even Violet, just, others of us are still considered scary, and that's a really different dynamic that that's not a paradigm that I've ever existed in. And so I pushed back pretty hard on some folks, said like, you don't know me, like, I'm not Violet, we had a really great conversation about it, I thought, but I pushed, and it was like, don't lump me, you don't even know me, like, give me a chance. And so it was really disappointing, so.
We've done 24 sessions, so, because there was groups of, it was Monica and Jean Marie, Tim and me, Jody and Kristen, Edward and Daisy, and we went to all the 6 sites, so including South Point. And then, so 24 different meeting times that were available. I just did the quick math on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Seamus, I didn't mean to interrupt. I wanted to add that.
I think just to be fair to all parties, you know, we're at the tail end of a 3-year contract with the teachers. I think it's a valid union tactic to, you know, deny access to their members. So I think that it will get easier when this is not a negotiation year. I think we just have to state the obvious there.
The other thing that I shared with Violet was earlier in the fall, before we had one of the departments that falls under my supervision is transportation. And so the supervisor of that department retired, and just before that, I said to Violet, in my previous career, I every morning would spend time in every building. I worked in higher education. I would walk through every building and check in with people, and I would be like, "Good morning, Jen, how are you doing?" And that was an opportunity for you to say to me, "Oh, so good to see you. I want to let you know that this toilet's broken," or "this person's out on medical leave," or "I had a great weekend." Like, it was good, bad, and indifferent, right? But I had that opportunity to spend time in all the buildings. And I said to Violet, I don't know how that is here. Like, I would like to do that here. So that people are like, "Oh, why is Jean Marie here?" That they're like, "Oh, great, Jean Marie's here. I want to tell this to her," right? And so Violet was like 100% in favor of me doing that work. Unfortunately, when that transportation person left the school district, I had to step into that role, and my alarm went off at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I got to be at the bus garage at 6 a.m. for several months. So we now have a new transportation manager who's handling that work. Thank God. So anyhow, so that is still a goal of mine that I really would like to do, but it is a weird thing. Cause I want to spend time in the school buildings, but I also don't want them to be like, "Why in the heck is she here?" Right? Right.
And there are literal fires that go off every day, or
Yeah.
like literally yesterday, fire across from our facilities building, and we're like working on, can we have recess? What's air quality? Let's make sure, are any of our students in those buildings or any of their families impacted, so it's a lot of, trying to do work that supports and
I just want to speak, but I know Noah probably wants to come up there, he raised his hand for a comment. I just want to say that this is a really important discussion, and I think this coming at the tail end of this meeting. This should be an agenda item that we should report out on and not have at the tail end of because if there are union representatives here and other teachers who want to hear this discussion, I think. So I think if we want to continue this further, it should be an agenda item that we bring up, and the public has the right to hear it instead of us at the tail end of a meeting that could be.
Did you want to respond?
I just want to make a quick comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
When we found out about the engagement tour, we did direct our members to protect their safety and to go in pairs. We told them that they couldn't be evaluated or supervised for not going, and that it was up to them. So we didn't tell them not to go. We said, make sure to protect your safety. Make sure there's somebody else to hear what you have to say when you're there. There was no explanation of how the data would be collected when it was used, no commitment to non-retaliation, and no commitment to reporting it.
I just have to say, retaliation's been mentioned a lot tonight. No one has been retaliated against, and I also want to say, everyone met, please, Tim, come up. No one came in a pair and met with Tim and I. It was all singles, pointed data. Robert had.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanna, nobody has talked about the numbers. They're saying low attendance. For the meetings that Violet and I attended. Rick Marcotte, 0. Chamberlain, 2. Orchard, 1. Middle school, 0. High school,
One in
1.
middle school, one in middle school.
The one in middle
Yeah.
school. We're not talking like 5 to 10, we're not talking about payers, we're talking about virtually nobody. So I just want to make sure we can talk about that, Tim, when we.
Yeah,
further.
I think we're about to.
I'd like
No
to
one
call-
is showing up.
I'd like to call for the orders of the day, because I think this is getting into territory that does need to be
I agree.
addressed. And this is. And I'll just put a plug in for teachers, it's really hard to do that during the day. It is, I don't know if Essex staff show up, I mean, I do think it's something different has to happen, but. Yeah.
And I appreciate that you've engaged Daisy on
Right.
using her experience. That's a great idea.
Start doing
So
that.
could I
I
ask the
think-
chair that we move
Yeah,
on
I
from
think
this topic, please, and I would prefer that it be an agenda item. Working, so it could be open to the public in a much better. Thank you.
Yeah, before you get to
Absolutely,
your staff, that's
absolutely.
the whole point that we need to establish.
Don't take them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, that brings us to agenda item 11. Agenda planning. So we need to set, my brain is now real, so, we need to, it says set the agenda for June 18th meeting, but that is now a steering committee meeting. That agenda is set by me and the chair and our executive assistants, so like Bill Agna and the city's executive assistant, who is. Doesn't matter. The point is, we should be setting the agenda for the June 4th meeting. So if we go to our board.
Request.
Nope. You'll see 6:18 draft agenda, so just read that as. June the closest.
So you're saying on the website, in the.
It's drafted.
Oh, 6:18. That's the draft agenda for 6:18, which is now 6:18.
So, why don't we just take a moment and look through it? Are you all going to be prepared to do another update on public comment?
I sent you the document that Tim requested.
So maybe what we should call that, instead of advisory committee update, we should call that consideration of public comment policy.
Yeah, and the official name of the policy that we're recommending is public participation meetings, which is the VSBA model policy name.
So I'm gonna put it as consideration of, you repeat that, public participation
Public participation in meetings.
in meetings.
Yeah. That's what they call them.
Now, I'm gonna put that on under discussion. Yeah, okay. And then. I would recommend that we add board reorganization to the June 4th meeting so that a new chair can be elected. And I would love guidance as to if you would want that at the beginning of the meeting and your new chair will chair the June 4th meeting.
Wait. June 30th. 11:59 PM, right?
I'm happy to do that. I want to do whatever is gonna be supportive to you all, and just because I don't live in South Burlington and I'm not on the board, doesn't mean you don't also have my phone number and can ask me for institutional knowledge or. I actually had someone recognize me in Costco and come up to me and say, "Don't you chair the school board meetings in South Burlington?" And I'm like, I almost said. And she goes, I don't live in South Burlington and I don't work in South Burlington, but I watch your school board meetings and you do a really nice job. And I was like.
Possibly as much time on their hands.
Like, well, now that's gonna be me though. I'm not gonna live here or work here, but watch the board meetings. Anyway, I would take. If you, here's my point is, if we don't reorganize on June 4th, you would be reorganizing potentially on your July 9th meeting.
Without a school board chair.
So why don't we reorganize on the 4th and still chair?
Okay, so then I'll add reorganization to the agenda, but I'll put it at the end. So whoever the new chair is will become the new chair at the end of the next meeting.
Yeah, and I have kind of a tough suggestion. So first of all, I would suggest that we formally move the action. The monitoring report to 11 equity to the beginning of the meeting. Let's actually move that.
To
And then-
up behind Stu.
Yeah, and I would suggest that do we have something similar to the South Point thing?
No, that's monthly.
Okay. Okay, well then I'll just,
We want that student representative report, because that's when we'll probably be meeting our new student rep.
okay.
But there won't be like a student spotlight on the 4th. So what I hear is move action items to be the new agenda item 6 and discussion items.
Right, the one thing I would agree with that, but I would suggest, instead of equity, I would like to do treatment of staff, if that's possible. During that meeting. Because I think that would be good to do before the end of the year, that would be my thought, but. I'm not done. Agree with you.
I agree with you.
See three people in favor of that, which is,
So you want a motion?
So we're just saying add treatment of staff in addition to.
No, and replace,
In the place.
move equity.
Equity.
There's just the optics of that, you're not monitoring equity for the year, so I'm just clarifying, yes.
So we're missing out on it.
You're not monitoring the equity report this year.
We'd be monitoring treatment of staff this year. So, yeah, which I think, yeah.
So do you want us to put like 4 hours on the agenda for that? Like, I'm serious. Like, it's a legitimate question, is like, how
Has
much
to be
time
done.
do you wanna add for that?
Is your monitor reports done on that? For treatment of staff?
Yeah, I sent it to the board, like, I
In
don't
April.
even know,
Yeah, April
like,
16th.
yeah,
Yeah,
would you, if you wanted to, would you be able to make changes to that now? Because we haven't formally monitored it, I'm just asking.
yes, but I don't get the sense that it's gonna be about the report. I get the sense it's gonna be about, the red shirts coming and like the Q and A. Like, I don't.
you think that in the meeting, you mean that they would interact with us?
I think the board needs to plan time for engagement, yeah, for sure.
So that wouldn't even be a change from our normal agenda in terms of, so you're saying treatment staff and then put like a 45-minute public comment?
We don't take public comment on do we take public comment on monitoring reports?
You don't, I'm just saying, I think the board should be, like, it's important to, hear from staff and engage. We don't typically take public comment. I'm just saying, like, I think the board should be prepared.
Prepared
We need
for
to
all
have,
meetings.
make sure we have ample time. I think people will want to be engaged and wanna, engage staff.
I'm reticent to listen to a bunch of stuff from the public and then do a monitoring report about the same.
Yeah,
I think
hear
that's
that.
an
It's gonna happen
that is-
eventually.
The flip side of that is we have heard from them now at 2 consecutive meetings. And so in some ways, considering it at the next meeting might be as well, still fresh.
This is the 4th meeting, actually, the 4th meeting, yeah.
I think so I think I would support moving treatment of staff over equity. On that meeting. I
Be
mean,
more clear.
I would support monitoring treatment of staff on June 4th
In place of equity.
in place of equity.
So we're just planning that, trying to give you plenty of time. Try not to rush you.
I hear 4 people saying yes to that.
Longer off the notes, that would be fine. Next to the last meeting, so.
I don't, so if that's what the majority of the board wants, that's what we'll do again, I understand, I would prefer to do equity, but, the board wants to do treatment of staff, that's the majority opinion. And I'm comfortable supporting that. Again, I just want to make sure it doesn't turn into some sort of kangaroo operation where we're just monitoring report, monitoring report.
No, I understand, and I think the way I'm looking at it too is from the perspective that it was on the calendar. And it got moved and then it got moved, and that to me, especially in light of kind of the climate. I feel like this is the best way to deal with it, is just take it head on, let's have it, let's go through it, let's work through it, and That's just my.
Yeah, I just want the record to state, like, I didn't move this off the
No, I
calendar, it was on,
understand.
I know, I just
I
wanna state, I just wanna
understand.
say
Yep.
this plainly.
Yep.
Because I did prepare the report and it was on the warrant
Oh, yeah.
agenda,
Yeah,
but that during, I just wanna state this, that during in a board meeting, the board made the decision to push this because there was another monitoring report that was late. That's important to know that,
To have on the
like, this was not intentionally pushed. I greatly value our staff and feedback, so I just wanted.
If anyone did a public records request, they would find an email from me to the board explaining the rationale why I thought we should push that monitoring report. And
Nobody's accusing anybody of pushing anything.
no, I mean, and that's the thing, because then just when you're looking at it now, it's not until so much later that I just feel like. That it's the. Yeah, it's the right thing. I feel like it is to do.
So if I understand correctly, we're gonna do 2.2 treatment of staff. That's warrant for action, so we'll take public comment on it, because it's warrant for action, is that?
It's okay.
Well, but isn't that, I think that.
Well, I'm just wondering, based on what I've heard the board say about when do we take public comment? Not that we've adopted the policy, but if it's warrant for action, are we taking public comment on that?
Well, and every board meeting that I've been to now, our standard thing has been that if there's commentable action items, it comes in that public comment period at the beginning of the meeting. And so if anything, maybe what we should do is like extend that to like, well, or not, because of your point, which is what we've already heard.
We're going through the monitoring report, we're reviewing the monitoring report, are we taking public comment based or doing normally?
Right, in the past, we have taken public comment in the beginning, and we've taken public comment on action items. That's the way was done.
That's how it is right now.
And that's, I just wanna make sure that I understand that.
Well, except for what Dan said, I haven't seen that on this board.
Well, I think you haven't seen that because we haven't had a lot of engagement around our action
Okay.
items.
There's,
Yeah, and I don't mean that the board has done an excellent job of investigating those monitoring reports in public. And so I don't really feel like the community has had many questions, since they're seeing you do the hard work, which is excellent. But I do think we should be very clear about, are we following the guidelines that we have, that I and previous boards have kind of tried to shape to this point before we're taking on this new public comment. I think it would be silly for us not to expect a lot of public comment on this monitoring report, and so we need to be clear about how we're going to handle it so that everyone understands.
that's why.
Like we always, allow it for an action items, you keep it 2 to 3 minutes, just like regular.
So we would, on the agenda, we would have 15 minutes at the beginning, and then on the action item section, we'll say. We'll add to the agenda that something that says like public comment here.
Yeah, I
Or
don't think, I
no.
can just be, the other thing is, if we're moving the action items to the beginning of the agenda. Like in this case. Call a regular meeting to order, announcements and amendments, comments from the public, 15 minutes. Focus on student learning, which will be the student representative report, and then we'll move to action items, which would be this monitoring report. So anyone who's coming to make a public comment won't have to stick around that long to comment on a monitoring report. Whereas like normally it's later, and so if you wanted to stay, you would have stayed.
And I just have not seen that we have clarified, like, anytime that we've, like tonight, when we did asset. You didn't at any point say, okay, this is an action item, therefore we can discuss it, therefore the public is allowed to comment on it. So I'm just saying we haven't done that to this point. Right, but that was exceptional. I am happy either way, I'm just saying that if. I'm just asking, are we gonna tell people either on the agenda or on the day of? You
Well,
can comment on this.
our guidelines that's posted on the agenda right now too, says comments should not be related to agenda items, but can be made during the discussion of an agenda item. That's what our current agenda reads. The guidelines has posted. I
So
know,
confused.
yeah, I get that.
Well, I think it's important to understand that I think this is a very sensitive issue. There's a lot of feeling going around about this. We want to make sure that as we look at this report, we review the report, there could be a lot of comments. And the question is, would that sway our interpretation of the report, right? I mean, I don't believe it should. I think we're supposed to look at the report
Right.
for the sake of the report, right?
Yep.
So that's why I asked about public comment.
Yep.
Because I think you definitely could have an entire group of people here who comment after comment after comment, or similar to what we saw tonight. My question is, are we comfortable with that as a board? You understand where I'm heading
Oh,
with
I
this?
totally am. And I think, I mean, my opinion on it would be, you have your public comment at the beginning, you allow more time in the agenda for public comment, and then once you get to it, we work through it, and that's it. That would be my opinion.
So would is the recommendation that normally when we monitor reports, the superintendent sort of shares any high level key points or key takeaways of the summary or the report she's provided, and then the board asks questions, and then when that discussion is concluded, we go through the details. So in this instance, when would we be asking for comment?
That, I guess, is my question.
I mean, I've heard, in the past, say, public comment on things that aren't for action. And then public comment for action items at that time. Or something along those lines.
So I guess my question is, does it make sense to take public comment before that board discussion or after?
Yeah, and again, we're potentially setting precedent here, and I just want to ensure that we're not treating this monitoring report differently than with subsequent reports, right?
And I don't think we've asked for comments before other monitoring reports. So I think we should just do what Jen said, like, do our standard 15 minutes at the beginning, have the student thing, and then and then if somebody happens to notice on the agenda that it says that technically it is following our guidelines, they could pipe up and say, hey, I thought you were gonna take public comment, but in terms of not setting a precedent, in terms of following past procedure.
But it's been done in the past, and it has been done where we allow people to speak during action items.
I don't think that's.
And it
being
doesn't matter if
challenged.
it's a monitoring report, or if it's something else that's listed for an action item.
I don't think that's being challenged, though. Right?
Right, so I think what has happened before from a process perspective is we would review the report. Right, we'd go through the report, the board would have discussion on the report. At that point, we would open it for public discussion, right, before we
take action.
Before we take action, we would hear from the public, because I think that would be consistent with other monitoring reports or other items we take action on.
And we wouldn't discuss afterwards, so it's like discuss, comment, discuss, it's just.
The board discusses the report. When the board's done discussing, we open it up for public comment. And then we would take action.
Without any further discussion.
Without any further
Okay,
discussion.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
That's,
The only other thing to consider is how much time do we allot to monitor this report, given that we're expecting.
That was my initial question.
so I would say give this 45 minutes. I mean, we've 45, well, there is more to get through potentially. Knowing how our.
We're already like
Yeah, I know,
tonight, so,
I mean, do you want to say an hour? I think we should have a time, a definite.
I would support an hour. I think that's realistic.
For comment?
No,
For the whole.
Oh, for the whole thing. Oh, okay.
And can I ask that we move policy 9 ahead of report 2.11 so that we can cover that first, yeah.
But wait, 2.11 is.
Equity, he means, yeah.
The electronic communications is on for action as well. If we do that first.
Oh.
And then we move on to 2.1, or not 2.11, 2.2. Sorry, my.
It's okay, I knew what you meant. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just to recap what I've heard. Agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 look good. Agenda item 6 will be action items. We will do the third reading and take action on policy D9. And then we will monitor report 2.2 staff. And then we will have the opportunity for a brief recess. Then we will have our discussion items, which will include consideration of public participation in meetings. It should also, in my opinion, include a school board vacancy timeline discussion for the board's process of filling my seat. And we'll have our second reading of policy G8. It's up to you. I don't think that you should try to do a school board retreat follow-up. On the board, I think we will have to deal with it. And then we will still have an opportunity for reports by the school board, the superintendent's report, agenda planning, etc. And we also will need to add the Williston Road path project to executive session.
And that be at the start.
Anything else to add to that agenda?
Can you just remind me, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the list of school board meetings for next year, because I meant to say, can we officially like have our executive sessions before the meetings and, or at least talk about whether we prefer them before or after in the future?
So when I first joined the board, that was actually standard practice. We actually had executive session at 6 and our school board meetings would start at 7. We believe that, midnight. But I think it's working well to have executive session at 5.
I agree. We all can make it, that's the.
It's also helpful to have that time limit so that we're not like.
That's a joke and not have to stay the whole meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'd just like to make that the norm, I guess, or decide that we want to make that the norm instead of expecting it to be after.
So are we saying in executive, next time we're going to do consideration of employment avals, discussion around labor negotiations and the Williston Road project? That's.
I don't think that's feasible in an hour.
I don't actually know if. I think it will be okay because, and maybe labor negotiation should be first so that anyone recused can just wait, join. I don't know how much time we need for Williston Road though.
I can meet at 4:30. We have to do an hour and a half.
I think if we could start at 4:30 and then do labor negotiations first, that's a smaller group.
For labor negotiations, that's 3 of you on the team, and Jen, if you're here, that's a quorum, so you can open the meeting.
Yes.
I can also be here now, and then I can just stay down here. And that way, like Emily and Laura don't have to come at 4:30, they can come at 5. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Right out there, anything? Where do you want more of the organization doing it?
Can I just say one thing? So thinking about the opportunities to be out and about in the community, and one thought was at the upcoming graduation. And I think we had mentioned this during our VSBA training, maybe having a table for folks if there's, I know it can't be a quorum, but if people wanted to go and.
We get 2 tables, 6 board members, just
Three.
at opposite ends of the
We're not
gymnasium.
together, but as a thought to potentially be available. So I just want to float that as an idea. That, I mean, I know it is kind of more of a scheduling thing, but if people are available and are interested. I'm
Send an
happy
email.
to go and be there, huh?
Send an email with us all in CC.
Okay.
It's delicious to be able to reply all.
We could also put that on under reports by the school board, it as like a community engagement opportunity, if we want to talk about.
Think about things. I loved how VSBA had mentioned they had done it and they had like a board set up, like. You're graduating, what is one word that can, that you're. You want to see, what would, I forget, I mean, you can remember, but
Yeah.
something like that where it's engaging. I thought might be nice.
Right, that brings us to. Agenda item 12, consent agenda. Are there any questions about anything on the consent agenda? Alright. The consent agenda items are approved by consent.
Can I move that, we, go into executive pretty late, and I probably appreciate getting. So unless, there is significant, and Jen, maybe I need to connect with you directly just to catch you up. So.
On labor stuff,
On labor negotiations. So I think it's probably primarily tonight, I think, was to catch you up on what's going, so. Plus Violet, you had anything to?
I mean, there is a time frame associated with the other business that is now. But I think I'm fine to skip executive session.
I'm happy to go into executive if people really.
maybe, I mean. Coming that late.
Whatever you guys
It's not that
want.
late, I'm happy to stay, so it's okay, so we'll move on to executive.
Boy,
No.
Emily's like, oh.
But you don't
You're
have to go.
recused, you're
labor
recused.
negotiations.
Oh, is this about labor
Just
negotiations?
labor negotiations.
No,
Well,
I'm okay going,
I was-
fine, it's fine. You know, it's fine.
well, what
I'm
else
fine to
was-
go.
Oh, I think the superintendent is wondering if one of the discussions warrant for our earlier executive session needed to continue. If we
Correct.
needed to-
Because there's a
if we
time
needed
frame
to
tied
do
to
that.
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, May
Continue
21st.
discussing, we needed her to be available if we asked.
Yeah. But I
Yes.
wasn't invited, so I assume that's getting delivered. I'm fine with what the board decides.
Um,
I'm available.
All right, let's move into executive, keep it brief.
Are we doing it just for labor negotiation or?
No, I would think the timely thing is the evaluation. That's what I think the superintendent is bringing up, is that we're already at our deadline of today.
Yeah.
We're past our deadline of May 15th.
Well, that was for the evaluation.
That was for you. I guess we should discuss, it sounds like we do need a few minutes in executive session, yes. Not related to labor negotiation.
So I think we will do. We can do this in one motion, so. Is there a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the evaluation of the superintendent under the provisions of Title I, Section 313(a)(3) of the Vermont statutes? And. One VSA, Section 313(a)(1) labor relations. Discussions. And premature public knowledge would put the body at a significant disadvantage. Seamus moves, is there a second?
Second.
And seconds, any discussion? And just to be clear, there are two topics, consideration and employment evaluation superintendent, in both which Seamus, Emily, Tim, Chelsea, and Jen will all be in. We will invite the superintendent in for a portion of that discussion, and then Emily and Chelsea will use for the labor negotiations portion of the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries, and we will adjourn the regular meeting. Yeah, the executive session.